May Day challenge for Daygame. So this would be the first video in this series. Welcome. So, the winner and loser effect. How the right woman can transform your health, wealth, and relationships in 2025. The number one hormone destroying your life is cortisol. It is the silent killer of your potential. That's right. So, let me just put day one so people knows where we're at. Here we go. It is the hormone that quietly rots away at your dating life. Your body and even your mind, it makes you fat, stressed and forgetful, and stuck in a loop of failure. But here's the good news. When you win, your testosterone rises and cortisol drops. Winning isn't just about feeling good. It's about rewiring your body and mind to perform better. Higher testosterone makes you sharper, healthier, and more confident. And here's the kicker. Finding the right woman isn't just about dating. It's about activating the winner effect, transforming your health, wealth, and relationships. So the winner versus loser effect. The winner effect is simple. When you win, you want to keep winning. Every success gives you a surge of testosterone, which lowers your cortisol and builds momentum. You feel sharper and more confident and ready to take on the world. It's like a snowball effect. One win leads to another, and as soon as that happens, you're unstoppable. The loser effect, that's a downward spiral. Failure or inaction raises cortisol, destroying your memory and leaves you feeling stuck. You'll gain weight and lose your hair and walk around in a fog, unable to focus or take action. I've seen this happen to so many men. They get caught up in the loser effect and it starts to rot from the inside. It doesn't go away on its own. It's like a scorecard. Every loss adds to the stress, and only way to reverse it is to start winning. So I try to grow plants with something called Plantiform, which I bought on Amazon. It is broken or something, one of the foggers, and it starts to rot. I didn't get my money back. So I tried to grow plants in they can keep the money, fuck them. And it started to rot. It's called the root rotting. I couldn't believe that was possible. I never thought root rotting was a thing. I thought that was a bullshit concept. Exactly. Thank you, Marco, for that nice comment. So, I never knew that it existed for root rotting, but is identical to the other students who are root rotting and turning into zombies. That's right. Hopefully I got some music on here. Yeah, a soundtrack is playing. That's good. So, they're turning into zombies during the inflation and tariffs. Last month, the 5-day challenge for Donald Trump, it was the first time he had the tariffs going, and people were losing their fucking minds before he took it away, and now he's gonna put it back. So, why the right women in your life would change everything? So let me be clear, finding the right woman is about getting laid. Because here's the reality. You need to get it in first, many times, before she even asks, what are we? And you can say, I guess we're boyfriend and girlfriend. But having that happen is more than just a status update. It's a transformation. That's right. So let me just make sure that people can actually see this video. All right? I'm gonna link it over there quickly. All right, hopefully you guys can see it over here. I'm gonna delete the other one. I'll post it on the second channel. All right. So basically, as I was saying, there was 2 Indian students recently. It's a very interesting story because One of them got laid this year and the other one did not. What did he do different? Why was one of them stuck while the other one got results? Very interesting, isn't it? How can one of them completely dominate while the other one gets stuck? There was 2 Indian students recently. It's a very interesting story because what? All right, sounds pretty good. All right, this is the newest version. The other one did not get that many views. Please watch this one instead. Where is the other group? Ah, here it is. I'll just send it to all the other students. Just bear with me here. I'll be posting new testimonials and stuff you'd never heard. I'm just trying to send this to everyone. Yeah, whatever. All right. So, take one of my Indian students, for example. He followed my training to the letter and he got laid with a white girl in London, a place where most guys will crumble under pressure. So somebody did get laid for the 5-day challenge, believe it or not. So not everyone approached, but the ones who did approach, one guy did approach and he got laid right away. He went through all this stuff. Okay, let me share this in the group. Where the fuck are you guys? I'm live right now for the challenge for May because half the people didn't even know there was one. Maybe in the future I should not have any more challenges then. I was thinking about having another one, but anyways, this wasn't just about getting laid though, it was about what happened after. For his health, he was a lot happier after getting that lay. He was losing his hair a lot before, but after finding the right woman, his stress levels dropped, his cortisol went down, and his testosterone shot through the roof. His hair started growing back, and he looked healthier overall. For his wealth, he was finally able to focus on working again. You know, he had a very logical job, and he basically didn't feel good working all the time. He just felt like he was wasting a lot of precious time. So, he was always working hard, but he had no direction. Now with his confidence restored, he's sharper and more productive and back in control of his career. For his relationships, this wasn't just about getting a girlfriend. It was about proving to himself that being Indian isn't a death sentence in a dating world. With my coaching, he didn't just need a boot camp. He didn't need to waste like almost $10,000 on overpriced programs. He just needed to follow the system. And now he's dating a white girl and he had sex with her. And he's going to ask her to be his girlfriend in one of the toughest dating markets in London. So when that happens, when you take action and invest in yourself, I could tell you one thing that is true. A lot of the people that are zombies, that are poor right now, due to the tariffs and their benchoding, they will not invest in themselves. Take, for example, another Indian student. He didn't invest in himself. He just basically lost his mind and completely did not invest at all, which is ridiculous because his whole life could have changed. He just decided to just do nothing, have no facial expressions and no working memory. And that's the biggest problem. So here are the two Indian students. The tale of two Indian students So let's contrast that with another Indian student I coached in the United States. One guy, although born from India, was living in the United States. And for this guy, he got laid in 2024 and he got laid in 2023. So you're saying, well, John, why didn't he get laid in 2025? It doesn't make any sense, because if he got laid for those 2 years, why not this year? Something's happened. The world has changed a lot. It's not the same place as before. Because the guy also wanted a white girlfriend. That was his goal, to have a white girlfriend and a wife and get married. If he thought with his higher self, he would probably, if he applied the training, he would most likely end up with a white girl. He got a Latina before, and a mixed Latina, but he needed more skills. So exactly what the London student got, who's Indian too. But instead of following the system, he decided to take the lazy route. Because of the United States tariff, Donald Trump tariff hit super fucking hard last year. It hit so hard. And his inability to save money, and he's being cheap, okay, and poor, he refused to invest in himself, even though I told him to get Elite Tonality Mastery Upgrade. It was a small price, and it's cheaper for the inner circle members. They get a slight discount because they're VIP. But guess what? This bench-holding motherfucker, he declined. He was like Medtel. He was just pretending to care. And you know what happened next? He started rotting away, both physically and mentally. His cortisol level skyrocketed. It showed because he had a massive bench-holding double chin. A disgusting looking double chin for Indian like this. It was so gross, I was like, what the fuck? He stopped taking all the supplements that I told him to take. He lost his fucking mind. And then that's what happened. So, if you have any questions, ask me. But this topic, I gotta tell you, there's nothing in the world that is worse than cortisol. Cortisol is so dangerous. It is the most dangerous thing I've ever seen in 2025. It is literally wiping the memories from the other students. You're like, what are you talking about wiping the memories? They don't remember their last homework assignment for the drills. You're like, really? They don't fucking remember. They have no idea what they did the day before. Isn't that crazy? So cortisol can affect your neural pathways, so that way you can't learn new things. It can make you root rotting. And you're like, that's impossible. It's not impossible. The students, they're rotting away this year compared to last year. Last year, it was so easy to remember their homework assignments and to practice their drills and do that outside. This year, there is no cognition. I mean, when you look at zombies, for example, you got number 1, human. The number 2, you got half human, half zombie. Number 3, you got like halfway zombie. And then you got like a person turned into a zombie. This year, they're like zombies. There's no cognition. They don't even know where they are. I'm surprised they can even survive. They're bench-holding like crazy. And here's the thing. His cortisol was so big with his massive double chin. It looks so gross. He kind of looks like a Star Wars character called Watto. This flying creature with a big double chin and a huge belly that has wings like a fly. And when he finally got an instant date this year, he couldn't even pull her home. He forgot. He had no working memory. He forgot that everything I taught him. Because last year and the year before that, he went to a movie theater. He has no facial expressions, but he spiked her emotions by bringing her into a movie, and then he pulled her home and had sex. He did that twice. But he fucking bench-holded, and he fucking forgot because he's rotting away. There's no cognition. There's no humanity left. He rotted away, and when he failed, he just completely stopped. He just bench-holded hard like a zombie. That's the thing. If he gotten laid last year and the year before, but instead of building on that momentum, he let himself go in a downward spiral because of the winner and loser effect. He procrastinated, ignored my advice, and eventually he turned MGTOW. It was insufferable. He practically spat on my face with his refusal to invest in himself. I mean, literally, it was just $100. The material got the other Indian guy laid. Then why the fuck isn't he actually using it? This is how, like, normally it's $200 upgrade if you had Elite Bundle 2, or I couldn't make a profit, but Inner Circle members are VIP. This guy is so fucking cheap. He's like, oh, I've seen this stuff in the Inner Circle. There's so many fucking videos in the Inner Circle. I have like over like 40 or 50 videos in the Inner Circle. I have to cut this stuff down, remove the names, and put it into the Elite Tonality Mastery. There's going to be at least over like 15 hours worth of content. Right now, there's close to like already like 5 hours or something. It's quite big. And already the stuff gets people late. And it's kind of funny because there's a lot of people that never fully went through it. They bought the upgrade, but they're so ADHD. They're like turning into zombies. So with his refusal to invest in himself, I expelled him from my coaching. That's right. You're like, really? You kicked him out of the coaching program? I'm not bullshitting you. I actually kicked this motherfucker out. So? Alright, somebody else did that already. Thank you. Alright, so that's cool. One of the person here, if you're here, just say hi or something. I'm not getting a lot of comments. Ask questions. I know the last challenge, a lot of you have gotten your questions answered, right? But if you have any new questions, I would love to answer them relating to this topic. So far, I'm looking at the comments. Only Marco, who's also root rotting. Also, like totally root rotting. So for Marco, I have a punch card. Every single day he does his homework assignment, I put a check mark. He never goes beyond 4. So today, if he actually does his homework, you'll be number 5. This will be a new record. It'll be a new record. A lot of Latinos are crashing out. They always have a frown, and they have no emotions. They have no memory. They all have this massive frown, like a mugshot. All of them. And whenever we're talking about emotional things for another newer student, he didn't know what I was talking about. He's like, oh, I made him do a Superman pose, right? With his body, so that way he can stick out his chest and feel happier and more confident. But he thought in his video, he was doing a fighting stance. I was like, it's not a fighting stance. You're looking happier. You're smiling. He's like, oh, okay. Latinos don't have emotional intelligence. I'm finding that the people that are rotting away, usually with low self-esteem, and they get triggered, they typically don't remember the homework assignment because you need information plus feelings to anchor it into your neural pathways. Because they have no emotions, they cannot learn the lessons. Yo, what's up? Hello, rotting as well. Ask me some questions how you can fix it. I would love to answer the questions. If you have any questions about the rotting, right? How it's fucking up your life and what can you do about it? I would love to answer the questions. So, let's continue. As I was saying, meanwhile, his classmate, the London student for the Indian guy, he was exactly the same. He started the same way. Both of them were procrastinators. Both of them were losing their hair. Both of them had a double chin. One of them chose to act and to invest in himself and to follow my system. The other one chose to rot away like a zombie in a downward spiral. So the upward spiral, the London student didn't just get laid, he skyrocketed into an upward spiral. At first, he used all my material to get that number closed, and guess what did he do? So, what's the first principle of day game? It's too broad of a question. The first principle is, but let's relate this to this topic, okay, for emotions. The first principle is looks is out of 10. Money is out of 5. So money is not everything. It's a Rolex. So this is a Yacht Master 2. Is that cool? I've not wore this one a lot. So this is a Rolex Yacht Master 2. Hopefully you can see it, but it does say Rolex. This is more like celebrities wear it. It's an ugly looking watch, but I like it. I really, really like it. So it's used for boating and stuff. You can press a button like over here on the top I can unscrew it and press a button, and then you can time exactly to race the boats and reset it. It's pretty cool, actually. So, money, okay, looks out of 10, money out of 5, status for your race, hierarchy, Latinos are no longer 7 out of 10, they're 5 out of 10. Indians are still 4 out of 10 for whitewashed, and if they're not whitewashed, they are 2 out of 10. Does that make sense? So, Asians are still 1 out of 10. So that did not change. Social skills is 2.5 points, okay, BC. Social calibrations for body language, nonverbal communication is still 2.5 points. Emotional control is 2.5 and game is 2.5. But why are people losing this time around was because of the emotions. Your emotions, sorry, I'm just getting itchy, I don't know why, maybe. But for the emotions, right, the biggest problem was that your emotions, if you're full of cortisol, can be minus 2.5. So even if you start building muscles, right, you got 2 more points, you got a V-shaped body, or you improve your fashion, or maybe you improve your game, but that extra 2.5 points for the emotional category can leach away at those points. So if we're talking first principles, everybody, the reason why other dating coaches don't have a lot of laid testimonials for Daygame this year was because they're affected by the emotions category. If you have money problems and you cannot budget your money, most likely you're going to end up, what? See if I can zoom in or zoom out. Okay, that's better. I'm a little bit further. So that's what makes them rot. They have money problems because they have ADHD. Does that make sense? So they never finish a certain task. When they don't finish the task, they don't put into their emotional bank account. If they don't deposit in their emotional bank account, they withdraw from it. So they become the 4 traits of delusions, half-assing it. That means they're getting more lazy. And then they are having bad decisions like that other Indian guy. And lastly, they'll quit exactly on schedule. So they'll have low self-esteem. And that's what's been happening. So the more he avoids and disappears for 3 weeks at a time, like most Indians disappear for 3 weeks or 3 months. Almost all of them. It's always the same. Whenever there's a homework assignment, because they're getting overwhelmed and they're procrastinating because they're losers. So the loser effect, they get more cortisol, they get a double chin, they lose their hair, they lose their memory. That is what is happening. I hope that makes sense for the first principles. Anyways, back to the student. Okay, the London guy. At first, he used all my material to get the number close. Then he sexualized things over a video call. Can you believe that? He actually called her on fucking, I don't know if it's Skype or Zoom or some shit, right? But they literally like masturbated together at the same time. I was like, what the fuck? And it's like, were you using my system? It's like, yes, he was. Then I say, hey, you should join the inner circle, learn the arrow science. Maneuver, sexualize it, objections, looping. And he said, okay, I'll join it. He invested in himself. But he already sexualized it with a white girl in London. Indian guy with a white girl. So I'm not saying that everyone should just video call her and start fapping or something like that. That would be fucked up. But it worked for him. So, great. And because of that, now he has a girlfriend, or he's going to have one very soon. After they meet up the next time, he's going to ask her out. So, he's going to have a girlfriend. And we'll find out during the challenge. I think the date is like very soon, like less than 2 days or something. But he's going to ask her out, so it's going to be a done deal. Then he sexualized things over a video call, which was surprising but effective. He just needed the inner circle training to learn how to sexualize it in the bedroom and handle the sexual objections for an automatic lay. And with that, the results were instant. He got laid so fast that people couldn't believe it. Now he's in my inner circle learning the arrow science to refine his skills even further. This is the difference between a winner and loser. One student followed the system and got everything he wanted, a white girlfriend and better health, and more focus on his career. The other guy, the other bench-holding Indian who's rotting away, He ignored the system. He turned MGTOW. He lost his memory. And now he's stuck with a double chin, no memory, no girlfriend. Even though last time was so stupid. One of the girls that he fucked, she's like saying, what are we? Like, she wanted a relationship. But guess what did he do? He's like, I don't want a relationship. I just want to keep banging other women. It's like, dude, you have low fucking SMV. Who the fuck do you think you are? You know, you have such low SMV. Just fuck it. And it's like, next time that happens, okay, next time I want a white girl or something and marry her, right? That's what he wanted. But rather than thinking about getting married, he just bench holding, and I expelled him. I literally expelled this motherfucker. And this is what I wrote to him on the WhatsApp. All right? If you guys want to hear how I talk like to the students, the bad students, the rotting away unteachable cases. All right? So, huh? Okay, there's going to be a lot of swearing here. So I'm telling about Elite Tonality Mastery as part of Elite Bundle 2. Rename it to Elite Bundle Resurrections. But this new course is going to be part of it. You want to discount it, bro, whatever, upgrade. Only $100 because you're part of Inner Circle. How is the course? Other students, whatever. Okay, and then all of a sudden I told him, I'm saying you should get Elite Tonality Mastery. You start approaching, practicing these exercises. The same as the other Indian guy. Because you lack facial expressions and you're not congruent. That would have been so helpful. Unless you don't have any money to afford it. Which, you know, most likely you're likely going to fail this year. Literally not doing your homework assignments. But aren't the Facebook Inner Circle, except for one of them, yes, most of them are. But it's cut down or more condensed and you get for $100. It's not like $500 value, whatever people are paying, but it's related to your tonality. Because I'm trying to convince him, right? And then he's like, all right, I don't think you're serious. Not even this day game either. Even Marco is showing up daily if he's doing the minimum because of the economy. You've been banned for 2 months. I thought I had lifetime access and no ban in the Inner Circle. You do have lifetime access, but you still have the same lifetime access. And I'll continue, and we'll continue after the ban because basically his lifetime Inner Circle membership is still there. I'm motivated. I can go back in those Inner Circle videos. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Okay, you're here banned here for 2 months then. I just got another Indian student and he just likely masturbated over a video call. Exactly what happened with a woman, and he's going to get her on a date in a white girl in London. He's the newest Inner Circle member, and as soon as he joins, he's likely going to be one who's going to get laid in front, get laid in your knot. He's going to represent Indians. He looks just like you, but he had, okay, after he made your decision, okay, you made your decision, see you after June. That's how long he's banned for. I'm going to block you now. I'll unblock you in the future. Actually, no, let's make this ban until the end of July. Let's make it 3 months. That's what I wrote. A really long ban. Being in inner, just an excuse is not just doing their work, all right? Keep ignoring me, have fun. So, okay, so he pretends to buy the course. He doesn't do it. He doesn't do anything. Okay, you were so insufferable you couldn't even afford $100. I mean, come on now. If that gets him laid and he has no facial expressions, you have no motivation, you're a fucking loser. That's what I wrote. Especially when the other Indian guy who looks just like you, with glasses, is able to bang a white girl, which you can't even fucking do. Do you want to be a loser your whole fucking life? Now you're waiting for some evidence of a student getting laid this year. He got laid, and you're probably going to get kicked out very soon, eventually, or after Elite Access is over. And you're not going to get a renewal. Congratulations, you lazy fucking zombie. Look what happened when you didn't get Elite Tonality Mastery, you lazy fucking zombie. Maybe you should got Elite Tonality Mastery. Oh, I got the Inner Circle stuff. That's what I'm just making it sarcastic. And I show him that the other student, right? Another student also bought it, the Gen Z student. He's also probably here in the background watching the video. Thank you. So I try to tell the Gen Z Latino guy, right, to watch the videos 4 times, because this is what this Indian student from the United States did not do. Because people don't have a working memory. Today, one of his classmates in London, another black guy, unteachable case, but he's finally able to approach now with in-ear coaching because they don't have a working memory. That's what's the difference. I in-ear coach him. That way, when he's in London and I'm in here in Vancouver, he can hear me and I say, approach her, I count down. He has to make an approach and he followed the steps. And whenever he wants to run away, I say transition. Oh, by the way, I just noticed something about you. And he does it. I know this is random. Come on, say it. I know. And he does it. He invested in himself. He's upgraded to 3 months to proficiency. The expensive course. That's a 5K course. But he invested. He paid more than that. And I just say, pay this one, and then you're 3 on B. Now he gets all the courses again for another year. And even beyond that. But he's making progress. But here's today, he was doing his homework assignment. He didn't have a working memory of his mistakes last time. I made him record a video talking to himself in the camera, and he had to mention all of his 3 mistakes. Once he mentions the 3 mistakes for that black student, and then he played it backwards, and he still made the same homework assignment mistakes. But guess what happened? I made him play it 20 times in a fucking row. He still made the same fucking mistakes. They're root rotting. They don't have a working memory. I made him play another 20 times. That's 40 times. And then he passed his homework assignment in one fucking try after that. So it takes exactly 40 times they need to hear themselves in a video pinned on WhatsApp in order for them to have a working memory. Because it's one thing when I say it and I write down what they need to do in the pinned comments. They don't have a memory that they have to look at the pinned comments. But if they see their own fucking face and they're saying it to themselves, hey, this is your mistake, whoever you are, you need to fix, and they hear it 40 fucking times, they're gonna have a memory. So everything is about like having a neural link and having a memory this year. That's why the other Indian student in London got laid, because he has a good memory. It's almost like he has a photographic memory. Everything that he watches, he doesn't have to practice many drills. As long as he remembers it, he can fix it out there. If he has a photographic memory, then memory is the biggest thing that's being fucked up. That's the first principles. If people don't have a working memory, then every day they showed up. I had this other, half Chinese, half Vietnamese guy. He has no working memory. He was a former ABC student. He kept making the same fucking mistakes over and over. And I had to go to therapy. I had to go to fucking therapy online because he just didn't change. And I was getting super fucking chubby because whenever a student doesn't actually do anything, and in 2 days that he was kicked out, at least for 2 weeks, all my body fat just disappeared. Like, just all gone. I was like, look at that. These look like 2 different people. As soon as you're gone, and like you have no fucking working memory because you're a loser. Name one time you've ever won something. And he's like, in college, he got A in boxing. It's like, have you ever had a sparring match? I was taking Krav Maga. He has no idea what that is because I taught him it's really martial art before, but he has no working memory. He has no memory whatsoever because people with cortisol, the loser effect, the more you win, the more testosterone you get, the stronger the memory, the more you're a loser, the less memory you have. They completely wiped out. So, but that's the thing. As I was saying for that guy, okay? Yeah, that guy, that Asian guy. Every single day, he forgets everything. He's part of the elite tonality mastery course. He's the newest video with the facial expressions. He has no facial expressions. A lot of these guys have 0 facial expressions. That's a big problem. What I've noticed is that this year, people, they have a Botox face. They talk like, excuse me, blah, blah. And they have this watery eyes. I don't know what the fuck that is. Their eyes will start to water. It's like they're upset or they're depressed. Their eyes will look watery and they have a fake smile. And there's no facial expressions. And every time they have to flirt, they'll look like, I'm just flirting. It doesn't even look like a flirt. Whenever they're teasing, they're doing the opposite. They're not congruent. Doesn't that make sense? They're so fucked up. They're doing the opposite of everything that's necessary. It's all about looks. Game don't exist. Okay. Well, if that's the case, here's a guy without any looks in London, and he gotten laid. Let me just finish reading what I had to say, and then we'll play his video testimonial. How's that? If it's about looks, he has no looks. He just got a white girl, and he's gonna ask her to be a girlfriend in like 2 or 1, like maybe tomorrow or after tomorrow, in 2025. So if it's about looks, then you have no idea what you're talking about. Okay? They started from the same place, both Indians. They ended up in 2 completely different worlds. So now I'm gonna play the video testimonial. I posted it brand new on my second channel. So let's move over to the second channel, shall we? So out of the last challenge, we had a challenge in April, right? I think April the 2nd or something, because I didn't want to do it on April Fool's Day. One of the students got laid. So let's hear what his lay testimonial is. He's Indian guy. So let's play it. Here.
I just wanted to share my experience with John Elite and the program and how it changed my life. And I know you guys have heard a lot about...
You can kind of see what he looks like. He's not that good looking. You can kind of, hopefully you can see it. He's just a short little Indian ethnic. Hold on. Hopefully it does show up. Very, very just shortened. Just very average looking. Oh shit. Yeah, he's just like, just your typical Indian. Okay, it's not showing up too well. Let's just play it.
Different programs and different coaches, and they all try to market themselves and say, this program will change your life. You need to follow this program. But I actually have gotten results from it. Today is Wednesday, and
he didn't even say the fucking date. Today is Wednesday. How is that supposed to be helpful? He got laid, for fuck's sakes. No working memory. No, but it was on Wednesday. Probably like April the 29th or something. Let me check. He's in a different time zone. Yeah.
Results. Yesterday was Tuesday, and it was actually...
Yeah, Tuesday. So that's when he got his lay. So that's probably on the 29th, right? 30th is like, yeah.
Night, and then Tuesday as well, when I actually laid my first white girlfriend. And this is quite a change for me as an Indian guy living in the UK, because I never thought it would be possible. And any Indian guy who has been living around people, and especially around people of different races, you know that there is a certain hierarchy, there is a certain race, a certain standard where white guys are considered more confident, more attractive. You see them in movies, you see the hero always being the white guy, but you see the Asian guys not being represented. You don't see, you know, the Asian or Indian guys being represented in an attractive way. And growing up, I always felt this way, and I also realized while watching Hollywood that even Asian guys sometimes it's a little bit better. You can see, like the Marvel movie, what is it, the Shang-Chi and the Ten Rings, that even the Asian guys can sometimes be attractive, but the Indian guys are always put into comedic roles or known as awkward. And I kind of believe that, so I never really had any confidence growing up. And I also, you know, was diagnosed late with Asperger syndrome and autism as well, so it was always very difficult for me to socialize and to even attract a girl. So from the results I had yesterday, it's crazy that I actually achieved this. And even telling you the story is very emotional for me, because I never thought it would be possible. I never thought it would be possible to speak like I am speaking to you without stuttering, with a lot of confidence. And I must thank John Elite, because he has split tested everything. And when I first told him I was interested, he told me to get his program, which is John Elite Bundle 2, which includes Elite 30 Hotkeys to Hero.
Yeah, he got that before, you know? He got that before, maybe like 8 months ago or something. But he always disappeared, right? Like most Indians. They always procrastinate and disappear. It's either 3 weeks or 3 months at a time.
And this is a social skills program which taught me how to talk, how to have my body language. And you actually get feedback from John. So this helped me a lot. And then you also get, you know, the playbook with a bundle too.
Mm-hmm.
So the playbook teaches you how to game, and you also get Skypes and access to John. And this was so good because I could text John on WhatsApp and he would answer. And this actually helped me a lot actually as to what I should do to have someone there to guide me. And John focuses on minorities as well, which is why all of his other students also have a lot of success. All of his students are minorities, whether they are Jewish or black or Italian or Romanian or Asian and Chinese, Indonesian, Filipino, Indian, and especially the Indians, man, because it is so difficult. It is so difficult to actually attract a girlfriend and even a white girlfriend in a country, but I managed to do this. So definitely recommend this. What I actually also got from the program was the fact that I really lacked a lot of focus, and really I did not have a very good tonality. I would have a very bad Indian accent and nobody would understand me and they would make a lot of fun of me. So with the tonality mastery course, it helped me to improve my tonality, and it helped me to gain a lot of focus and confidence. And when I joined the inner circle, I got even more videos. Now I have even more of the secret sauce and the arrow system that John has been.
The arrow science, maneuver, sexualize it to the very fucking maximum, and deal only with the sexual objections. You don't just seat the pole and just deal with the logistical shit like other white dating coaches.
Developing for years, and all of this is good. It's really good to learn, but the real proof is in the results. And I sent John the proof yesterday.
Yeah, he sent me the lay pic, but luckily, like, I just want to say it on YouTube, if they're close together, they're not having sex, they're just cuddling. So I can't get in trouble for that.
And I'm very happy. I feel like a winner right now.
Winner effect. So
I believe it's possible because I have done it once already. And I have done it once already, so I believe it's possible that I can do it again now. And I can attract my dream girlfriend. So, thank you, John.
You're welcome.
Thank you for everything you have taught me. Thank you for being there as my coach and answering the messages when I ask you for help. And thank you for showing me that being Indian is not the end. I want to say this message to all the Indian guys that you can become more than the funny guy that Hollywood likes to make you become. You're not on the Big Bang Theory, the only funny guy, the nerdy guy. You can be the attractive guy who gets the white girl. And thank you, John, for showing me that this is...
You're welcome. So that's the Indian guy. You guys saw his lay picture in the community section. So I want to talk about what I'm offering now. There's actually a discount for Elite Bundle Resurrections. So I want to talk about the deal right now. If you act now during the 5-day challenge, here's what you get. Elite Bundle Resurrections today, just for these 5 days, right? For the challenge, is gonna be discounted. Did 8 approaches today. You can't control your looks, so you shouldn't complain about. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. My students get laid in 1 to 6 approaches whenever they're leveled up. So that's averagely what they get. You should see the next student with 15 lays, all in 1 to 6 approaches when I post his testimonials. So I don't know what you guys are talking about. My system is different than whatever you guys are doing. So guys, you should ask me some questions about Daygame, especially you two. If you guys are approaching, you should ask me, what are you doing wrong and what can you do differently? So keep that in mind. Maybe you're seeing something wrong or you're going direct. My students do not give direct compliments. They use the hybrid opener. Because the more questions I get, the better understanding I get of the audience. So as you can see, that Indian guy, he got laid with a white girl, and it was maneuver, sexualize it, objections, looping. It's that simple. and flirting when she talks about. He just does exactly everything I told him to do. No direct game. That does not work very well for a short ethnic. She's automatically gonna reject you looking at your physical appearance. So, having said that, never, ever, 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 ever go direct. So Elite Bundle Resurrection is now $935 just for this 5-day challenge. It's gonna go back up to $1,000 soon. You can pay in 3 installments at this price for $311 and locked in a discount, you know, for future price increases. It's gonna rise up to $1,200 on August. On November, it's gonna be $1,400. So what you can do is to get a golden ticket. But right now, if you want to buy it, you can split into 3 payments right now if you want to get it. But in case you cannot afford it, you have no money because you're root rotting, I have created something called the golden ticket. You're like, well, what the fuck is the golden ticket? Well, believe it or not, I just edited this last minute, but I have it on my Google Drive. So this is what the golden ticket looks like. All right. So let me see. Recent. Here it is. So I remember there's a movie called Willy Wonka, right? And they had this golden ticket. So here's the golden ticket. It has a name. This is like my name, right? John. It has an email. That's your PayPal email. And it has a barcode. I'm going to send every single person one of these things, a golden ticket, for only $5. You have a discount that even if you can't afford it today, you can still get Elite Bundle Resurrections for $950 even like next month or the month afterwards. Okay? You still have a discount. Or you have whatever discounted price if I ever run a challenge again. However, when it's $1,200, it'll be discounted to $1,000. When it's $1,400, it'll be discounted down to $1,100. So the golden ticket is only $5. You're like, well, what the fuck? It's called the Elite Bundle Resurrections golden ticket. It's only $5. There's only going to be 40 until the end of 2025. So when the 5-day challenge ends, you better contact me in my sales letter on my website. You just have to write the words in cap though. Golden ticket. Visit Elite Bundle Resurrections sales letter during the 5-day challenge. So this is day number 1. You got 4 more days really. You type the word golden ticket. You pay $5 on PayPal to secure and lock in your discount. I send you the thing with your email and your name, and you can only use it once. I will give you something in exchange. Because if you invest yourself, you show you're serious. And the Elite Bundle Resurrections golden ticket is the key to unlocking the dating life you want. So here's the offer. If you spend $5, I will still give you something as a bonus. I'm only allowed to sell like Elite Bundle Resurrections this year. I'm not selling any other courses. But I can give you a course, a mini course for Elite Focus for day gamers if you have money problems. Or you can have Elite Day Game first steps to make your first approaches. Let's say you already know how to approach. You don't need that, but you have money problems. Then just take Elite Focus for day gamers, a $50 course that I still sold for $50 for a few people. You know, you can have one or the other. I'm not selling this stuff. I'm just saying this is a bonus so you don't lose anything out of it. You gain something. I want to see who raises their hand. That's the important thing. So that's the golden ticket. So if you want a golden ticket, check out my sales letter. And I just made this today, so I should download it on my phone or something. But pretty cool, right? It's like a Willy Wonka, right? The golden ticket. At least, 40, I think that's good because we don't like put too many of them. Some people don't give a fuck, right? Some people are lazy zombies. And whenever you're fucking root rotting, then you're probably not going to make it. So that's the golden ticket. All right? Let me change the captions. That is the golden ticket. So if you want to ask me about it, that's the golden ticket. And let me put a link for the golden ticket over here. Okay? Here it is. So why put in all that work when a Chad can walk and say, oh, that's a good question, right? Bang on the chicks. try hard, cope. No, I don't think so. Because one of my students, right, in Europe, he's not really my student yet. He actually looks like a Chad. So he's from a European country. He used to be young and good looking, and right now he turned more mature looking, more like a Chad, more muscular, big square jawline, and he's getting rejected by younger women all the time. He likes the 21-year-olds. He's getting completely demolished out there. He's not getting any more lays. Before, I think he gotten maybe 60 lays or something, just by being a Chad. Before the pandemic, he still got laid, but when the inflation hit in 2022 and up 2024 and now 2025, being a Chad does not work anymore. And when you look at first principles, it does not work. I'll tell you why. Even if you were black-pilled and you think that you can raise your looks, right? Let's say you had plastic surgery, okay? So if we do the math, let's say your looks was 9 out of 10, okay? So 9 points. The money is 0 because you dress like a scrub. He dressed like shit. So it's 0. So his status, he's white, so he's 10, right? So that's 19 points. Does that make sense? But the guy, imagine you have no game whatsoever, even with plastic surgery, because you're going direct and you have no social skills, like 0. You have no social calibrations. Your emotions are fucked. So even if you had like 1 point of game, right? And that makes you 20 out of 35, you also get minus 2.5 points because of the bad emotions, because of the winner and loser effect, the root rotting. So therefore, that is now like 17.5 points or something. Is no longer 20 out of 35. So unless you get your money handled, being a Chad and all that plastic surgery is not enough to get you over that line. I hope that makes sense. I think these are very good questions, okay? But I've taught a lot of students that looks like male models. I have a student who was a high school student. He looks like Justin Bieber. I wasn't sure if he was on the Facebook or one of those videos where they show a guy getting a haircut and then he start looking like really good looking, like a younger Justin Bieber. But I wonder if that was my student. And everyone was saying, wow, he's so good looking. He's better looking than Justin Bieber. But that guy only has like 2 lays. I have guys that look like they're 6'4" students from Europe. They look like Paul Janka. And they talk super fast with cortisol. That's the problem with the speech. They don't even get results because they're just like, excuse me real quick, I have a question. I was looking for a place called Zara. You know where I can find it? Oh, by the way, I just noticed that. They talk so fast in their own language, full of syllables, which shows that they have really low survival value because they have too much cortisol. It takes away that 2.5 points, so it does not equal them getting laid. So that's why there's not a lot of laid testimonials outside of my coaching. So let's talk about the next student for the winner and loser effect. Let's talk about for the winner effect for the health, wealth, and relationships. So the next student, the Chinese student he was a Tinder passport bro to being a father now and husband with my coaching. He has a daughter. So afterwards, he got 15 lays, 5 models, 5 white girls. He's a 5'8" Chinese guy. 2 actresses, and he married the second actress after he banged her. And don't worry, I'll show you guys proof, no problem. So this guy's 5'8", he's not very big. So let's talk about his story. Because now that he's a father, which is great. So, and his wife is the actress. But, you know, it's like a real fucking actress. Not like a bullshit low whatever. It's like an actual real actress in Asia. And of course in China, they're kind of fucked right now. I'm not saying he's from China, but the Asian industry for Chinese movies are kind of fucked. Because Donald Trump tariffed the shit out of the Chinese people. They're fucked. So, okay. Drop a like. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, JP. Question. If I have a padded shirt, right, with muscles, does it increase the results, or I have a hormonal? Even if you bought one, right, if you still have a hormonal issue, it will still take away from it. I had other people wear a muscle shirt. It does not give you more compliance. When I was wearing it, they thought I was Jan Lifestyle in Vancouver. All the women get pissed off at me. It's like, oh, that fucking Jan guy's back again, right? Harassing all the women. I was like, I'm not Jan. But they thought I was him with the muscles. They got more pissed off. So I tried it with a muscle suit. It's better if you boost your height for elevator shoes because that's protector status. If you're short and you're just bulky, you look like a bulky Ninja Turtle. And if your cortisol is too high and you're very afraid and timid and the wrong personality or behavior because of cortisol, it will fuck you up. So let's talk about this guy, this Chinese guy. So he's a Chinese student. His story is perfect example of how to escape the loser effect. He was in the loser effect before. And he started to win in every area of his life. When he first came to me, right, he was what you call a Asian passport bro. You know the fucking passport bros, right? The type that, was using Tinder in fucking Latin countries, right? The crazy Latino fuck behavior countries. That's where he got most of his lays. And at that time, he had 75 lays on Tinder. And I was looking at the women and they were below his looks level. I was like, ugh. Right? Oh shit, if you're that tall, right? It's not good if you're struggling at this height. Because if you're struggling, you probably have no emotions whatsoever. I have a lot of students like you. They call it the good-looking hard case. Right? Or the high-value hard case. These are the guys who talk super fast. They're full of cortisol. Unless they go direct, if they try any other way, it will not work. They can only do like a 2-minute conversation in a closed number farming with direct game getting a woman that's below their looks level around like 4 or 5 out of 10. Sounds like you? They can't do it in America. They have to go to Latin countries like Colombia. They're decent looking. They're tall. They have muscles. They're strong. But they're just so full of cortisol that they'll freeze up. They have extreme approach anxiety. That sounds like you, right? I know. So, all right, let's continue. So he was using Tinder to meet women in Latin shithole countries, right? Latino fuck behavior. You know, the type that goes into America, and the bigger the frown, the bigger the crime. You know, all that grape and all that stuff, the bigger the frown, the more fucking the mugshots, right? You look at it, if it's a big frown, then they're always into graping. Fucking crazy people. Latinos have no emotions whatsoever. No offense, JP, but they have no emotions whatsoever. They cannot read emotions. They have something called alexithymia, which is emotional blindness. If they don't have empathy, they get triggered. The more triggered you are, it's a feeling. It's just like putting your hand in the stove. Alexithymia. When you get triggered, it's because of high ego, low self-esteem. It makes you delusional. Delusional, half-assing it. You'll be like fucking half-assing it. You won't do your homework assignments. You just say, I did it once. Why am I doing it again? What the fuck, John? I got it. It's like, no, you don't. You go out there, you get fucking demolished. And they sound angry or they sound depressed. And they're like saying, I can't hear it. And I play it on the 5-day challenge. And all the other Latinos cannot fucking hear it. And all the other ethnicities can hear it. What the fuck? What the fuck? So, hit the nail on the head. Damn. Exactly. I know you better than you know yourself. There's so many people like that. They're like fucking like 6'1" and 6'3", even 6'4", and if they struggle, right? There's an alexithymia. There's a sociopathy. They'll shift the blame. It's never their fault. They'll blame the looks. They'll blame the women with red pill. They'll blame the stat. It's always somebody else except for them. I know you better than you know yourself. I've taught so many students. I bet you talk so fucking fast out there. Excuse me, I thought you were very cute. I want to come by and say hi. Oh, by the way, I just noticed something about you. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, you look like this. You look like that. Oh, 3 questions in a row. Aha, self-amusement. Self-amusement. Ah, another push-pull. Oh, can I get your number? Let's go. Flake. It's like, damn, John just called me out. Hey, I taught so many fucking students. Winner and loser effect. It's 100% the winner and loser effect. So, but let's just talk about this. But the women he matched with weren't that attractive for this Chinese guy. He was status maxing. You know, you can still, when you're status maxing, have a high status job compared to the local shithole Latin countries. You can have like a high status lifestyle, which they cannot afford without their drug money and their pimping money. And then you have a better throw money status advantage on your Instagram because you travel more. They can't afford to travel except kill each other and raise the murder capital, right? Unlike Venezuela, they throw them all into that giant prison, and now there's no crime. But, or else you have an exotic advantage. You're one ethnicity and the women are all another. But it wasn't giving him the results he wanted. In the past, he has taken a real social dynamics RSD bootcamp with RSD Tyler. Hey! There? That fucking RSD, that's how he talks, like RSD Tyler. Yeah, you gotta pump your shut the fuck up, Tyler. So, and it was a total shit show because RSD is designed for low self-esteem, high cortisol zombies who are delusional enough to think mass approaching will work. It didn't. Everyone in his class got completely demolished. Even his PUA crew, right, in Asia. This guy lives in Asia. They're saying that, oh, he wasn't good at Daygame. They told him to join UMP or UFO, that fucking company, which pissed me off because I decided to stop his downward spiral myself. When I heard the fucking name UMP, it's like, you know the movie Kill Bill, when the woman hears the sirens and then they get really pissed off before they go on a killing rampage? Metaphorically speaking, of course. You know that song? It's like a siren, right? Like that song. That's what I heard in my fucking head. I was like, I'm gonna wipe that fucking smile off this half-Indian guy's face. That half-Indian bench-holding motherfucker told my student to go to UMP. So, Kill Bill. Okay, so this is what the soundtrack, at least that part sounds like. Hopefully not. I literally heard that fucking song in my head. I wanted to wipe that fucking smile off his fucking half-Indian little, stupid little fucker face. And then that's the thing. Tinder's not about a leg count, it's about a body count. Sure, it gives you some relief with less attractive women, but you're not picking up. It will never give you self-esteem, just relief. You need to improve your health, wealth, and relationships. Tinder is not a leg count, no matter how much you want it to be. Some people are using AI images and swiping. How is that pickup? How is that a leg count? Even a woman can swipe and still get laid with a bunch of men. They can literally have sex with over 100 men, like 100 men in 2 months. If she has sex 2 times a day, you know, in swiping, she could do that. So how is that exactly a leg count? It's just a mental bullshit by tall self-proclaimed coaches. It's not even pickup. You could have somebody else swipe for you, an assistant. An assistant can swipe for you and they can give you the WhatsApp number. They can try to extract it out of the Tinder, you know, saying, what are you looking for here? She can say something like, oh, I'm looking for a relationship. Oh, me too. You say the same thing. And then you go right away asking her, what's your number, right? Blah, blah, blah. Let's go on a date. And then you get the number, you send it to the other coach, and now he has the phone number. He just has to text her and then just collect a lay and then say, oh, that's the lay count, self-proclaimed. Here's my charts. So what the fuck? How is that a lay count? It's not a lay count. Pickup, day game, and night game is a lay count. That is a body count. So I told the student, you have 75 body count, but 0 lay count. 0. So if my wing is selected by my type, if I get him to open and then join later, right? I get him to leave, would it work? Yeah, it will still work, but it depends on the SMV of the entire group. You can almost combine SMV together, right? So that would still work. But somebody has to close her first. Does that make sense? You cannot both have sex at the same time. Of course, you might think, oh, because women will have like a threesome, right? They're not going to do it. They can only handle one man at a time. So somebody that she likes the most has to be the first one to close. And then maybe the other guys hang around the other room. Then he can join afterwards. Does that make sense? So even if you disappear for a while and still go back to the same apartment and just say you're the roommate, you can still close after the first guy closes. But you can combine strengths. But if you have like a bench-hold Indian or a short little Asian ethnic, right? And you're a tall white guy, you're pretty much fucked. right? You need to have some actual value overall to do that. It's like a Batman Superman game. So anyways, when he joined my coaching, everything changed. The very first course he wanted was the Elite Bundle 2. Now it's renamed Elite Bundle Resurrections. He knew that he needed a system that actually worked, and he trusted me to guide him. From the start, I made him practice drills over and over again. He practiced the whitewash tonality drill, which is part of the Elite Tonality Mastery. And he did it repeatedly until his tonality was flawless. He was talking so fast, you can hear his testimonials. The syllables were so close together, it sounded like the loser effect. He also worked on his body language drills and social skills flow drill to raise his points from 0 to 7.5 points, because game was not enough. This wasn't about short-term intensity, it was about long-term consistency. Every time he tried to use a white dating coach stuff, it did not work. He will go right into the white dating coach. First, he'll start copying RSD because he said that, oh, I broke his state of mind, right? Like, I was like, what do you mean? There's no such thing as a state game, right? You have training, you have drills, you have long-term intensity. I mean, you have long-term consistency, not short-term intensity. You don't need any sort of state of mind. And then he's like, you're right. And then he got laid. Afterwards, he goes to the next coach. Oh, I need to do I need to have multiple dates because mystery. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Not another white dating coach. Because mystery said this. And then it fucked up. And I said, you could get laid in 1 fucking minute if you wanted to. Fuck mystery. And he gets laid in 1 fucking minute with a model. I was like, see, motherfucker? Stop aiming for the fucking number close and 10-hour FaceTime. Mystery method is wrong. It's like, oh shit, another 1 to 6 approaches. His first. It was a different guy. Okay. Having said that, let me think. Oh yeah, afterwards he also used UMP stuff. He started sexualizing it. It did not work. He learned how to flirt. And then that's when he finally learned how to flirt and stop sexualizing it. It's almost like he goes to a white dating coach stuff. First, it crashes and burns at his 5'8", ethnic, short, worthless ass. His Asian ethnicness. You know? It doesn't work. And then he does my one the second time, and he gets a fucking same day lay again. It's like, told you, motherfucker. Told you. Every time. White. Sucks off a white. Does it my way. Late. And he always keeps going back to fucking white dating coach shit. All the time. What the fuck? Then it goes to the next one. Oh, the tall self-proclaimed high lay count coach says, you need to start using DHV stories. And he was like, I was traveling to this country. No white women in general believed this Asian ass. Nobody believed him. They all walked away. It's like, why did they walk away? Because nobody fucking believes you. Stop giving DHV stories. Are you insane? And he stopped doing that. And he started to stay in the set. Then he got laid again. He got 5 white girls. He's never fucked a white girl before. He had a Brazilian girlfriend before, probably from Tinder, and she looked kind of white. And he called her a white Latina. What the fuck is a white Latina? That's a fucking Latina. That's a Latina. That's a flaky Latina. That's not a fucking white girl. There's no white Latinas. That's Latina, crazy bunch of sociopaths. Latinas. And then, now he got his first white girl. It's a Russian girl. It's like, what the fuck? And now he's like, you know, then he gets another one. He same day lays in Germany, Berlin, Germany, the easiest fucking country in the world. And he gets laid in 1 fucking approach with a white girl who's blonde in fucking Germany.
But like I said, he gets into the hang-up, right? I joined him and he leaves him.
She's alone with me. No, maybe your wing should be the one pulling her back home and then trying to close her, and then afterwards he can pass her over to you so you can have sex with her. Just stay in the apartment. That's what I mean. Am I the only one who's not hearing John? Okay. Can you guys hear me? Shit. Can you guys... Okay. Hopefully you can hear me now. Is it better now? I reconnected it. Hopefully you guys can finally hear me. Okay? I think the program has crashed a little bit. Excellent. That's great. Okay, now that is improved, right? Let's continue. So basically, this Chinese guy did everything the white dating coaches did. It failed, and he did it my way. He got laid. All in 1 to 6 approaches. Excellent. We're back. We're back. So, every single time I made him do send me homework assignments to ensure his body language was perfect and his tonality was intact, he didn't have to overwork. He just needed to maintain his skills and to make sure they were correct. That's how you raise the points, right? Social skills, 2.5 points. Social calibrations, 2.5. Emotional control, 2.5. He needed to drill it over and over. And in the results, they speak for themselves. His first lay for Daygame, a model, then his entire PUA crew kept mouthing him off. One guy, half Indian. One guy in particular, half short Indian guy, kept saying that he couldn't do anything but Tinder when he first flew over to a different country. This half Indian guy was using UMP tactics, and he got completely demolished when he flew over to the same country that my student was at. My student was getting like 2 or 3 lays a week. And this guy with his UMP shit, which probably worked before the pandemic, he got fucking demolished twice. He flew to that country twice. No fucking lays. He bench-hooded. I thought he was like Asian or something. He looked kind of Asianish. Must be those northern Indians, you know? Those guys, right? Those guys who lives in the fucking forest. Those types. So, meanwhile, my Chinese student was thriving. His other friend, a taller, stronger Asian guy, they also flew over. This guy has tattoos and stuff. He has big muscles, is wearing a tank top, right? He got laid too, sometimes with a white girl, sometimes not, but he still got laid, like 1 lay, but my student was getting 2 or 3 each time. So my students were outperforming him, right? Before he got no lays, my student, he was a loser effect in terms of picking up. He didn't even get laid from the RSD bootcamp. Only one time he got laid, it was right before he met me in Spain. He was in Spain, fucking Latino country. Oh, but they're not Latinos, they're white. No, fucking Spanish people are fucking Latino fucks, Latino fuck behavior. After 5 years of taking RSD bootcamp, 1 lay before he met me. Then he gets 15 in a row, my coaching. So, he was getting 2 or 3 lays compared to even the other crew. And he has low SMV. My student was winning because he put in the work. Long-term consistency beats short-term intensity for drills. His testosterone rose, giving him even more momentum into the winner effect. And the turning point, at first he got laid with some Asian women, right? Then he started getting models again, which is good. The first one was a model, then he got even more models that are Asians. Eventually he achieved something he never thought was possible. He started getting white girls. One of them was a Russian woman. He couldn't believe it. In the past, he had dated Latinas, including a girlfriend, like I said, in Brazil, who looked like a blonde white girl, but she wasn't white. Don't call her white Latina, but to me, that doesn't count until you actually get a white girl. When he finally slept with a Russian woman, it blew his mind. Suddenly, he realized it was possible. Meanwhile, his half-Indian, bench-holding friend was spiraling further into the loser effect. He failed twice, and this guy became more jealous. His cortisol levels were through the roof. He get triggered, and he started criticizing my student out of pure envy. Oh no, that woman is not that good looking, right? He got so fucking butthurt, right? He became like a backstabbing Indian, you know, the bench-holding half-Indian types. So, I've been going out every day in a padded suit, right? I can only get East Asian girls. appeal for more white girls. I'm 6'3", right? Okay, so where do you live? Do you live in Vancouver, by any chance? I think like if you're tall and white, right, and you have no skills, then Asian women like white guys. Sucky fucky long time. Asian girls love white guys because it's hypergamy. So you want to make sure your head recedes more. If you want Asian girls, you have to look very creepy that no other white women will want, and then they want to marry you. So that way, when they procreate, they have hypergamy. Their future offsprings will be half white, half Chinese, and then all of a sudden, right? Wait, you're from Vancouver? Did you know me in the past? Are you that guy who I think you are? Don't say anything else, but there are two guys I knew from Vancouver. One was half Latino, half white. The other guy's like more whitish and part native. Is that you? He got cut off. Can you guys hear the audio? If it got cut off, right? Hopefully. Never mind, I'll continue. So, he tried to dismiss the women my students was getting. But the truth was, my student was consistently getting more attractive women. While my student was winning, this half Indian friend was losing, and he knew it. So, shit, how about others? How about... Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Can you hear me? Testing, testing. Damn. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. It looks like it's working here, but it's not working. Okay, good. Now you can hear me. That's good. So let's continue. Let's continue. All right. So basically, that's the half Indian guy. He got really jealous. All right. Excellent. Okay. All right. So the Indian guy got really jealous. Thank you for telling me it was not working. And then movie set in Asia. After Berlin, right, he got a same day lay. In one approach, by the way. Yeah, fuck yeah, you guys can hear it. Woo! So he got a same day lay in Berlin in one approach, became a fuck buddy for a blonde chick. Just one approach. Because Berlin is the easiest place on earth. And you might be thinking, well, why is Berlin so easy? Here's a big secret they don't tell you about Berlin. You guys want to hear it? All right. Here's the big secret that they probably don't want you to know. In Berlin, the government is like socialist, right? Because they... Okay, it went to a different microphone for a second, right? Hopefully you can still hear me, right? But, damn, it switched microphones. All right. This one's cutting a little. If I can, it's just stopped. Can you hear anything at all, or is it quiet? Testing, testing. Hopefully, you can hear this. Can you hear it? All right. Let's just turn off the audio. Hopefully, you can hear me. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. All right. We'll turn off the music for a little bit, okay? So basically, what happened was he got same day lay in Berlin, and he returned to Asia afterwards. So he got another white girl, and he was invited to a movie set, a movie shoot in Asia. An opportunity that not only showcases growing confidence, but also became the setting for one of the most pivotal moments of his life. On the set, he found himself surrounded by the energy and glamour of the film industry. Okay, we should try to finish as fast as we can, right? Thank you that you guys can hear. We better start pushing it, right? We better start pushing it quickly just to get through everything. Because I cannot do this again. I don't have the energy. Among the cast and crew were two stunning Asian actresses, both of whom caught his eye. They weren't just attractive women, okay? They were professionals in the entertainment industry. Women with status and beauty that most men would find intimidating, especially in Asia. For my student, this was just another opportunity to apply what he has learned, which is the aero science. The first actress was a challenge, but he approached her with the confidence and precision that came out of mastering the aero science maneuver, sexualized objections looping from Berlin that he used for one lay and one approach. He maneuvered the interaction skillfully, escalated sexually at the right moments, and handling the sexual objections with ease. She was drawn to his calm and self-assured energy, and before they shoot even began, they were together in the makeup trailer. Well, that's where he got his first lay with an actress. And I was like, whoa, that's interesting. Now you got models, you got white girls, you have actresses. The second one was an actress, but this was a different story. At first, he was too aggressive. He was pushing too hard and coming across as impatient, similar to the mistake he made. When he was first going to Germany, he was meeting a 19-year-old girl that he met when he was at a different place, when he got all those other lays. She came over to his country on the way back home to Germany, and they were hanging out. Now, he went to Germany afterwards. He did not get laid with her. Then he went to Berlin, and he got laid the same day laid with another blonde. So he made the same mistake, but because of the 19-year-old, and at that time, he was saying that if he doesn't have sex on the first date, probably a Tinder thing that he went through, then he gets disinterested. He loses his interest. I was like, what? That was not good. And then he recognized his error and he adjusted. He backed off. He read her emotions finally, and he calibrated his approach. Instead of forcing the interaction, he allowed it to unfold naturally, building trust and comfort. And this wasn't just about tactics. It was understanding her emotional state and adapting to it. The results, he closed with her as well. And this wasn't just another lay. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Can you hear it? How about right now? Can you hear it now? No? Shit. Fuck. Oh, man. How about right now? Can you guys hear it? No? Nothing? Nothing? Nothing at all? Okay, you guys can hear something, right? So it's back. I better say as much as I can get into there, okay? Before it cuts off. All right, let's just be fast, okay? Let's get the information out there. From Daygame to marriage, this was the turning point of his journey. After years of chasing validation through Tinder and body counts, he had finally found something real. The second actress wasn't just another number, she was the woman who would change his life. The relationship grew together with each passing day, and it wasn't long before they decided to take the next step. They got married, and today they're building a life together as a husband and wife. But it didn't just stop there. Now he's a father, he has a daughter, and a family and stability he always wanted, but he never thought he could achieve without my coaching. You guys got all that? Hopefully. So let's hear his testimonial. I upload it on the other. I upload it on the second YouTube channel. Okay? So I have all 4 of them. Let's hear it. He talks a bit fast. His syllables are fast, so he has some tonality issues. But we can kind of hear what he's saying.
Okay, everyone, I want to do a quick testimonial for my dating coach, John Elite. So recently, I managed to lay with a model. She's 180 cm tall, right? Which is taller than me. I'm only like 175. Okay, it was from a date. I met her at a food court at night around 9
So she's 180 centimeters, right? How tall is that? Is that like 6 foot tall?
p.m. I met her at food court, and then I got her Instagram within like 1 minute, and I scheduled a date. She keeps saying, I don't know. So I picked her up, and we watched a movie. After making her the movie, she gave me a hand job in the movie. I was touching her pussy, and she was wet and everything. And I wanted to go to my house, okay? I took a taxi there, and on the way I realized that I need to bring my key. I'm like, fuck. So at the shopping mall, I tried to do it in the toilet. I took her to a staircase. We made out for a while, did a bit of like petting and all this kind of stuff. She was touching my car. I was
Testing, testing. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Oh man. Shit, motherfucker. Testing, 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 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Oh, there's audio, right? So you guys can hear it right now at this point. Okay, let's just continue playing quickly. Okay, this is the second lay, right? This white girl over here. You can see it, but he got like a Russian girl. Well, whatever. This is the second one. He talks very fast, but we have no choice but to go fast. Yeah, that would be his first white girl. Okay, here's another testimonial. Okay, this is the Berlin one. One approach, one lay.
I want to do a quick testimonial for my coach, Johnny Lee, for helping me to get laid with a hot, white, blonde Hungarian girl. So what happened was I met, I came to Germany, to meet a German girl that I met in an Asian island. So after we met in the Asian island, she came to my country, and then after that, I flew to Germany to meet her. And things didn't really work out, so John told me to just, do more day game in Berlin or something instead. So I went to Berlin, and on the first day, in the first approach, I was talking to my roommate, because I stayed in a hostel, so I was talking to my roommate, and she turned out to be this hot, white, blonde Hungarian girl, So after that, we started talking, like within 10 minutes, we started talking about clubbing, drugs, and sex, and all this kind of stuff already. And then after that, we went to get food and get food together and get clothing together for Halloween costume. And then after that, I see the sex.
Yeah, that was like around like Halloween time. That's why they're getting some kind of costume or something.
She agreed to having sex one day and all this kind of stuff. And then after that, I pulled her back. I booked another 4-star hotel because like the hostel is a shared dormitory, right? So I booked a 4-star hotel and spent the night with her and give her like 5 orgasms. And then after that, we became like fuck buddies. Like we would see each other almost every day. So it's still a pretty good trip so far. So I want to do a quick testimonial for my coach, Johnny Lee, for helping me to get laid with a hot, white, blonde Hungarian girl. So what happened was I met, I came to Germany, to meet a German girl that I met in the island. Came to my country, and then after that, I flew to Germany to meet her. And things didn't really work out, so John told me to just, do more day
Yeah, originally he was gonna meet a 19-year-old girl that he met from another country that he was day gaming, and then she flew over to his place, and then he's gonna fly over to her Germany, different part, not Berlin. Berlin is super easy.
Game in Berlin or something instead. So I went to Berlin, okay? And on the first day, in the first approach, I was talking to my roommate because I stayed in a hostel. So I was talking to my roommate, and she turned out to be this hot, white, blonde Hungarian girl, okay? So after that, we started talking, like within 10 minutes, we started talking about clubbing, drugs, and sex, and all this kind of stuff. Right?
Oh, it kind of repeats itself a little bit, so maybe I didn't edit properly.
And then after that, we went to get food and like get food together and get clothing together for Halloween costume.
Did it cut out? Did it cut out again? Right? Still working? Testing. All right, good. All right, I'll continue. Let's just get through this. Let's get the information out there.
And then after that, to go back, I booked another 4-star hotel because like the hostel is a shared dormitory, right? So I booked a 4-star hotel and spent the night with her and give her like 5 orgasms. And then after that, we became like fuck buddies. Like we would see each other almost every day. So it was still a pretty good trip so far. Hey everyone, I just want to give a quick video testimony of one.
Yeah. Okay, good. If it's still working, right? This is the last testimonial he made before he got married. He's gonna talk about how he. Okay, the microphone is the left of my face right now. It's not in front of me like usual because it keeps falling out for the wire. So I might have to put some tape or something on it. But if it's on my left side, as long as you can hear me, it doesn't matter, does it? Because you can't see it. So, all right. Let's play the last testimonial, okay? 1 second. Okay.
New testimonial for John Elite because he's really the best day-game coach in the world. Okay. After his coaching, I was coaching with him for maybe about 6 months. Okay. And in about 6 months' time, I was able to lay at least 15 girls through day game and a lot more through Tinder. Okay. And out of these 15 girls, 5 were models. Quite a number of them were white. I think at least 5 of them were white girls. Okay. One was a Hungarian girl, a blonde Hungarian girl, one Russian girl, many very beautiful blonde Russian girls, 2 American. Within 5 minutes of approaching, okay, like within 30 seconds of approaching, we made out, and then I took her to the bar, and then I brought her back home within about 5 to 15 minutes. And then another Turkish girl, many models, etc. Okay, and now I even had 2 actresses, and one of the actresses became my girlfriend, and I'm about to marry her. So that's why I've not been doing the game for a long time because I've been busy in my relationship, and I'm settling down because I've got over up to now about 150 days so far. So that's why I'm thinking like, okay, maybe it's about time to.
Yeah, that's on Tinder, and he's counting Tinder and day game, but I don't really count Tinder.
Like the game is, I played quite enough, and it's about time to settle down and start my own family. And I really want to thank John because he taught me the arrow theory, and he also taught me social.
It was called.
To communicate with girls, and he taught me in terms of fashion.
Hopefully, it did not cut out again. I just saw it switching.
He gave me the supplements to take, the gym workouts to use. He's really a holistic dating coach. And if you want to get results, you definitely need to look for John. And even while I was being coached by John, sometimes I got distracted. I tried to learn other things. Like because I used to learn from RST. I also learned from John Anthony, and I took a boot camp with RST, paid over 2,000 plus USD, and didn't get any results, 0 results. Okay, I took a boot camp with.
As long as you guys can keep hearing me, just let me know in case you cannot.
I learned John Anthony's whole club tracer and also his lease machine, and I got 0 results. Like none of his stuff worked. I tried it again and again, and I'm someone who implements a lot, so it's not that I didn't implement. I implemented, and I still didn't get results. And while I was with John, I still got distracted. Okay, I'm sorry, John. I actually got distracted, and I had a friend who joined UMP, and he said UMP was very good, so I checked out their content, and I tried to implement everything that they taught, and I couldn't get any results, so they taught me how to sexualize straight away.
Yeah, so not even with tall self-proclaimed coaches or UMP, he got no results from it.
And I just got blowout after blowout. It just didn't work. They say, oh, you need to be dominant and all that. No, it just didn't work. Like, Johnny Lee's stuff works. UMP's stuff does not work, okay? So, and here's the thing. If you're already a student of John, sometimes when you're going through the thing, you might think, like, are you sure? Like, it's so simple. Because John makes it so simple and so easy to do. And sometimes you're like, are you sure it's that simple? It can't be that simple. How come you get two, you know? Like, you should have heard of his students who, 57-year-old.
Yeah, he's saying sometimes what I teach is so simple that it cannot be real. But it's so simple and smart. It's not overcomplicated and dumb like Todd V.
German guy who can do three different 21, 25-year-old German guys, right? And sometimes I'm sure it's so simple, and honestly, like, sometimes I'm very skeptical myself, but after I tried it and I managed to pull girls within 5 minutes, within 15 minutes, within 30 minutes, I'm like, within the first approach, especially like the Hungarian guy, Manny Bernie, I pulled her within the first approach. The Russian girl within, we met on day 2, and then we banged and everything. So, like, the more I started using his system, the more I realized that it really works. So just trust the process, know that John really knows his stuff, like, he really knows his stuff about Daygame, about dating, like, he really knows what he's doing, and just trust the process, trust him as a coach, and he will help you get the results that you want. Cheers.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, right? So that's 4 video testimonials. I have not released a single one of these before. These are all brand new. The microphone's on the left side. Just ignore it. You can barely even see it. To be honest, it's right over here. All right. But hopefully the wire does not fall out. I'm thinking maybe the wire is falling out of the socket. But as long as this position, you can still hear me. Let's continue talking, right? I might sound like coming from one side. All right. But let's just get through this. So, but anyways, as I was saying, guys, you can still get a golden ticket if you go to, let's see, where's the golden ticket? If you spend $5, I'll give you a golden ticket. And over here, this way at least you can secure a future chance to get my program. Here's the golden ticket. See that? It's like gold color, and it will have your name and your PayPal email, and also give you a special code, like a QR code or something with numbers and letters. There's only going to be 40 of these being made. And for $5, you can get Elite Daygame First Steps for free. I don't sell that anymore this year. So you guys can have it, or if you have it already, or you don't need problems, like you have no problems approaching Titan over there, approach Titan, then just get the Elite Focus for day gamers, which is good for saving money, learning how to budget, so that way you don't have too much of the loser effect. Okay? So that's only $5. It's just temporary because I want to help everyone out. Maybe you have no money to train with me, but for those that do have the money, you should get Elite Tonality Mastery Upgrade if you already have Elite 30 or Elite Bundle 1. Just pay the difference. But if you don't have any of it, just get Elite Bundle Resurrections for $900. $35 a day. So, okay, it just switched for a second, but hopefully you can hear me. It was only a second, but get it for $935 today, and it's very cheap. It's very affordable. So, having said that, let's go to the next thing. So, health, overcoming sky-high cortisol. When I first started working, when he first started working with me, this guy, the Chinese guy, his cortisol levels were through the roof. He's constantly stressed, and he was talking super fast. So you guys can actually hear his speech, right? That's how he sounds like. He sounds like, how's it going? I've never heard anyone talk like that before. He has a lot of cortisol. And his mind was always racing, like super ADHD. And he felt like he was stuck in a loop of anxiety or overthinking. But as soon as he starts winning in day game, everything started to change. His testosterone levels rose with every single lay. His cortisol dropped. He became calmer, more composed. He actually had more of a angular jawline. He became like more Chad. Let's just say that. Because I think the more lays you get, the more your jawline starts to get more like less puffy, right? So that's what happened to him. And his physical health improved. His hair started to grow back. His energy levels increased. And he finally felt like he was in control. This wasn't just about getting laid. It was about reclaiming his health and breaking free from stress that he's been holding him back. So it was like wealth, right? Restoring focus and productivity. So for his business, right? For his business, before working with me, he could barely focus on work. You know that? This guy's always out there trying to swipe on Tinder or something like that. He was so consumed by the need to chase pussy that his career was suffering. He wasn't making as much as he was before, or to his potential. He spent all his energy swiping on Tinder and thinking about his next approach, leaving little room for anything else. But Daygame changed all that. By getting the lays out of his system, he no longer felt the constraint needed to prove himself. His confidence and self-esteem grew because Tinder is not a lay count. There's no self-esteem, right? It's just relief. But it gave him the clarity to focus on what really mattered. He started excelling at work and start taking on new challenges and earning the respect of his colleagues. And also, his company. So I'm super bad at this, but I won't give up on myself. That's super awesome and health improve. Yeah. So if you start winning and stuff, right? This is what happens, okay? Not all my students wins, but you saw last year, a lot of students got like 8 lays in a row, all 9 out of 10s, and they can focus on work again. It's very common. And other students, right? When they start winning a lot, they can finally stop focusing on game. And sometimes they might find a girlfriend they want to spend all their time with. So if you start winning in life, it doesn't matter what it is. It could be any category. Maybe you took martial arts and you start having an MMA record. You're like 5-0, right? Or 5-1, 6-1, 10-2, 20-3. You start winning fights and stuff, anything. You'll start to go and have more testosterone, and it makes you want to do it more. The winners win more. The losers would typically lose more. So when a person loses or they're unfocused, their cortisol goes through the roof. They talk faster. They start losing their hair, and they start gaining weight in a double chin. So you always want to make sure you don't skip steps and you fully do everything correctly. Making money, it was about building a solid foundation for his future. So relationships, from Tinder body count to real lays and confidence. The transformation in his relationships was perhaps the most profound. Before, he was stuck in the Tinder cycle. It's like a purgatory, right? You're always chasing body counts, and the women are just ugly. It's like going to really crappy restaurants and eating junk food. You're just never satisfied. No matter how much you eat, you're just never satisfied. This is why 12 self-proclaimed coaches never post their student Tinder lay pics, because they're so fucking ugly. You can never be satisfied. You might feel relief, but then you don't get self-esteem. You get an ego boost, but you don't have self-esteem. So it gave him a temporary relief for Tinder, but it never gave him the self-esteem that he craved. Daygame was different. He achieved 15 lays, including 5 models, 5 white girls, 2 actresses, and he married the second actress. And they were above his looks level, not below it like Tinder. He built real connection, and not just physical ones, and he learned how to navigate at all. When you think about it, he wasn't emotional on any level, but now he's a little bit more empathetic. So most importantly, he found the woman who would become his wife and the mother of his child. And this wasn't just about quantity anymore. It was all about quality. And the bigger picture, right, is from loser to winner. This story is a testament to the power of transformation. When he first came to me, he was stuck in the loser effect, stressed out, unfocused, chasing validation through Tinder, and he was looking for relief. But what he really needed was to rebuild his self-esteem and to take control of his life. That's why the winner effect can help your health, wealth, and relationships. It makes you feel better. And when you feel better and you feel more confident with self-esteem, you take on bigger tasks, right? So I was using AI on Tinder, but it just isn't fulfilling, right? Did it work for you? That's the thing. It's not fulfilling because it's not really like an accomplishment. So your brain knows that. So even if you got relief, you'll start to feel like, even if it improved your status and women were swiping on you, it didn't matter because that's a body count. You never did the pickup. You never feel the self-esteem this guy did. This guy had 75 lays or 100 lays from Tinder. He got 25 more under my coaching, but I don't count Tinder. Tinder is just swiping. It's not pickup. So through consistent effort and strategic coaching and the right system, he turned it all around. He became lethal at Daygame, mastering the skills to attract high-quality women, including white women. He built real confidence and real self-esteem. So that's the winner effect, which carried over to every area of his life. He escaped the loser effect and entered into the winner effect, where every success fueled even more success. It's like an upward spiral, right? You know how they say the winners win more? And they just, like, winners always win more and losers always lose more, right? So that's what happened to him. The transformation improved his health, his wealth, and his relationships, proving that Daygame isn't just about getting laid. It's about becoming the best version of yourself in the winner effect. If he can do it, you can do it. So anyways, you already heard his testimonial, but it's like, here's the next concept I want to talk about, okay? The next concept over here is like called purgatory, hell, and purgatory and hell, right? What's the difference? So from the loser effect of being a zombie, when you're stuck in the loser effect, it's like you're trapped in purgatory. So purgatory in religious sense is kind of like the place right in the middle. It's not hell, it's not heaven. Purgatory is right in the middle, okay? So when you think about it, what is the purgatory in terms of the rotting zombiness, right? Purgatory is where the rot begins. It's like you're a human slightly turning into a zombie. It's like you just got bit, right? It's like, fucking zombie. You push it off you, right? Now you're going to turn into a zombie. But when the rot begins, you're still human. You're still decaying. Your self-esteem is eroding. And your mindset is holding you back. It's like hell, on the other hand, is where you rot. The rot has taken over, the root rotting. And you lose your humanity, turning you into a full zombie, consumed by chaos and destruction. There's a difference between purgatory and hell for the zombies. And it lies in how much rot has set in. And trust me, some of my students, they don't have a working memory now. They're turning into full zombies, like that Indian guy. And even this other Asian guy who repeats the same fucking mistakes every single time. He has no working memory. He's banned for 2 weeks. You're like, whoa, no memory whatsoever. He can't remember his homework assignments ever. It just somehow his brain doesn't register it. And he starts all over. He did not even remember how much he made me so frustrated. I literally had to go to therapy because of him. At least online therapy. That was how bad it was. I had so much cortisol, I was just like ballooning up. I said, I can't even teach you for another day. You're rotting like a zombie. So in purgatory, you're still functional. That's why a lot of people last year were like in purgatory. That's why they still got laid, like the other Indian guy. But if you're starting to lose your focus, your memory, that's the worst thing, is your memory. In control, in hell, the rot is complete. You're stuck in the loop of cortisol-filled destruction, unable to learn or grow. So what am I doing these days to help the students, right, with the root rotting? Because there's no physical memory. I thought maybe if I pinned, right, their mistakes on top of their WhatsApp, they'll do it, they'll read it, and they'll fix it. But they don't fucking read it because they forgot to. So now I'm making the students record a video of themselves, calling themselves out. Here's your mistakes. Here's what you can do better. they'll list out all their mistakes in the video and I'll pin it on their profile. And then every single time before they start the class for the elite access, now they have to watch the video of themselves saying, hey, buddy, I'm you, right? It's just like Total Recall, like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Like, you're not you because I'm you, you know? It's like, no shit. That's right. It's like Total Recall. I'm you. Listen very carefully, Quaid. Right? So he was talking to himself because he had no memory of the past. It was all wiped out when he went through a Total Recall and he saw the movie, the old movie in the past. But it's the same thing with these students. They have to talk to themselves in the present, and then they cannot deny it is them that said that these are your mistakes. Does that make sense? So because of that, are you guys okay without the soundtrack? If it still works, right? Without soundtrack, I'm perfectly fine with that. Unless you want the soundtrack back. And if you can still hear my voice. Because sometimes people like a little bit of music. Let's just see if it works with both, okay? Hopefully it doesn't cut me out with the music. Okay, a little bit of music in the background, not too bad. People like it. So, basically, the story of the two Indian students, right? One of them was stuck in purgatory and descended into hell, right? So the Indian student from the United States was stuck in purgatory mode. 4 traits of low self-esteem. And there was another Spanish student, a Latino student in the United States who descended into hell. That's what I meant. So purgatory is the 4 traits of low self-esteem. So what is the 4 traits of low self-esteem? Because one Indian student had the worst self-esteem of all time. And he crashed out this year. The words root rotting or crashing out. And I kicked him out. That's too bad. So, number 1 is being delusional. When you're in purgatory, you lose touch with reality. You'll convince yourself that you're doing fine even when you're not. You'll take look at the Indian student, for example. He has gotten laid before, twice. But after the tariff and inflation hits in 2025, he crashed out and banchoed it like crazy. His mind became completely warped. He got root rotting, and he was delusional, refusing to see how much his circumstances has changed. Instead of adapting, he clung to outdated beliefs and excuses. That's just stage number 1, or that's step number 1. Step number 2 is that you'll start half-assing things. Low self-esteem makes you lazy and start cutting corners. That's what he did. He was bench-holding and disappearing for 3 weeks at a time. It was awful. And when you start cutting corners and you do things halfway, thinking that you can get by without putting in the effort, the student barely showed up for his sessions. Sometimes he'd disappear for 3 weeks at a time, thinking he could coast through the program, but laziness only made things worse, leaving him stuck in purgatory. Number 3, the wrong path to sociopath. So what does that mean? Wrong path to sociopath. After 4 months of delusions and laziness, everything blew up in his fucking face. This is always the timeline, exactly 4 months. I don't know why it's 4 months, but every single time for the zombies, it takes exactly 4 months to destroy your life. It doesn't happen in 3 months. It doesn't happen in 2 or 1. It has to be exactly 4 months. And then boom, everything fucks up in your life. Do you think Mark Carney, no, he's not going to take on shit. He's just going to make it worse. And, or he would have been better under, we would have been better under the other guy, conservative, right? Because the more you fight against Donald Trump, because you're raising the tariffs, the more he's going to raise a tariff for Donald Trump. If you guys lower the tariffs, right, in Canada, hey, are you my old cameraman by any chance? I'm thinking that's you. I might need a cameraman because the other cameraman, you know who he is. Just don't say anything else, right? No, don't worry about the question. It's a good question to ask, right? Because Canadians cannot afford my coaching now. And last year, I had no Canadian students outside of the Canadian students who basically were like repeat students for elite access. Everybody else, they bench-hold it and quit in Canada. So because the CAD is worth less than USD, they have quit. But if we were with the conservative and they lowered the tariffs, Donald Trump will reciprocally lower the tariffs. Carney is going to fight back against the tariffs and raise it, and then America is going to reciprocal. We're fucked. Basically, Look out for a recession coming soon in Canada. If you're a Canadian like me, right? If you are my old roommate, not my old roommate, but if you are my old cameraman, I'm guessing maybe you have the same height, you're a Canadian, you went to Tinder, you're tall, we used to wear a muscle suit together. I'm not sure if that's you. You could be somebody else, right? Maybe I need a cameraman for infield. Again, the other cameraman has bench-holded. He lost his fucking mind and started making excuses and just wasting my fucking time. So don't say anything. Just text me on WhatsApp if that's you. You don't have that demon headache anymore, so I'm assuming something's improved in your life. But assuming you're not that cameraman, you're somebody else, right? Let's just leave it at that. But that's your answer for Canada. Canada is so fucked, you have no idea. Voting for Carney, we're all fucked. 85% of Canadians are living paycheck to paycheck. Believe it or not, just a few days ago, my dad texted me. And he told me that he has to go back to work. And I was like, what the fuck, man? I don't want you working. You're so old, right? No, I like working. I was like, no, I can give you fucking money if you want, right? Or work for me or something. No, it's good for it's good for you. I was like, oh, for fuck's sakes, man. What the fuck? He's like really old. And he has to work? That's not fucking right. That's Canada. It's fucked. So all Canadians, I have many Canadian fans that visits my site, but nobody affords shit. We had another dating coach, right? This absolute disability guy. He got nobody laid. He has like 2 testimonials, nobody got laid, and he still makes money because he's white. White is right. You're basically paying for his vacation. These Canadians are so cheap. They went to his school, SKOOL, and then they pay for his like free vacation. It's stupid. They lost their minds. And the Indians that are in Toronto, the ones who were the bad Indians who went over to Toronto flooding it, they let any Indians through, not just the tech guys. Oh man, these guys are poor and cheap, insufferable. Did you predict the Conservative will lose? No, my prediction was wrong. So I predicted the Conservative was supposed to win. So this is the first prediction that I was wrong in. So I don't have 100% success rate for my psychic predictions. I'm now down to like 97 or 96%. Around 97%. So I got this one wrong. My bad. I admit it 100%. So I don't know. I was very sure the Conservative was going to have a chance, but maybe Donald Trump changed something, or there's some kind of voting irregularities or something. Who knows? But it was very close. Or maybe he might win in the future. I don't know, but I got it wrong. I 100% got this one wrong. This is the first time I ever got a psychic prediction wrong. I'm very shocked. I got all the other ones 100% right. So, I'm still only human. So maybe my abilities are not as strong as before. So, anyways, let's continue. So, in 4 months, everything would blow up in your face. He became irrational, angry, and reckless, spiraling further into sociopathic tendencies. And number 4, right? Besides wrong path to sociopath, is number 4 is quitting. The final stage of purgatory is quitting. After 4 months, he gave up entirely, locking himself into a loser effect. He stopped showing up, stopped trying, and letting the rot take over. So that's the 4 traits of low self-esteem. So who is the Indian student, right? And he got laid in 2024, and he got laid in 2023. But somehow, he was still fucked. So, yeah, I thought so. Don't say anything else, but just keep this between us. All right. All right. All right, it's good. Anyways, I just texting somebody is important. So basically, as I was saying, the other Indian guy who crashed out, right? Right now, he has no facial expressions. He has a big double chin, and he really doesn't seem like he's together mentally. He is so cheap right now and so poor, and probably cannot manage his money. And he does next to nothing, like Megtal. He quit, like the the wrong path, the sociopath, and it blows up in his face by not getting the elite tonality mastery, which the other Indian guy who got laid in London got this guy completely rotted away. What a fucking loser. So, I have so many lay testimonials here. Let's just see where he is. Here it is. We'll play it very quickly just to get the point across. How does cortisol relate to approach anxiety? Well, technically, cortisol and approach anxiety are not the same thing. Sometimes people have approach anxiety because of the caveman days. You approach the wrong women, right? That were the alpha male's girlfriends, and he might bash your head in. So you get afraid, right? Does that make sense? So it's really hardwired into your system. You approach the wrong woman, the social circle can disown you. So people are very hesitant. However, cortisol is a different thing altogether. The students with the highest cortisol, they have like 1,000% cortisol. They cannot approach. They'll freak out so much, right? They'll take like a whole year just to be able to approach. This student was the same thing. I have ways to get around that, you know, for their approach anxiety. There are some people that have a super fear. If you associate it that if you approach it, you get in trouble and people will try to cancel you, then you cannot approach. Or like if they cancel you, you cannot have a livelihood. Or they can arrest you. Or they can throw you in jail. Any sort of fears like that will affect your approach anxiety to the maximum. So some people have that extreme fear. But other people, right, it's not directly related. Your cortisol, some people have approach anxiety, some people don't. Some Latino students, like half of them has approach anxiety, like to the maximum, the other half has 0. It's like either or, so it really depends. But most people have approach anxiety. Unless a student has no emotions and a complete social sense. It's not tied. Okay, it's not directly tied to the approach anxiety. Hopefully you can still hear me. I saw the thing switching for a second. So let's play his testimonial.
I'm doing today. So today
We'll go faster.
is April 17th. Yesterday on April 16th, I had a same day lady with the mixed Latino. She was mixed between Puerto Rican and Mexican. So the story goes that before I went to go Daygame, I went to go get a haircut that John recommends. And if you're thinking about being one of John's students, he'll recommend a certain type of haircut that you should get. Not only that, but he also recommends the outfit that you should wear during Daygame. So after I went and got my haircut, I went to the mall where I saw her sitting there on her phone. So I approached with the hybrid opener, and after that I transitioned. Then I went into the conversation skill flow drill that John teaches in his products. If you guys don't have the Elite 30 or the Elite Access, or if you're not in the Facebook Inner Circle, because every month, John and his Inner Circle group members, we do a class on a certain subject. So I'm in there also, and you can watch the videos many times as you want. Not only that, but like he recommends being on this memory supplement from Amazon. So what does this memory supplement do is once you take it, your mind expands.
It cut out for a second, but it's good. Yeah, I saw it cutting out. It flipped. I literally saw something in gray come down here, and then it switched and then went back up. It was like a notification. That's kind of fucked up, but good thing it only switched for half a second.
So while you're watching the Facebook Inner Circle group, which you retain more information the second or the third time you go around. So we did a class on facial expressions, flirting, talking slower.
Yeah, facial expressions, something he doesn't have anymore.
Conversation skill flow drill and steady 45 degrees. I watched that class on the Facebook Inner Circle for like 2 days straight until I finally mastered it. Then I applied it in the field, and I got the same day late. So after a certain amount of time, he recommends that you go on an Insta date. So that's what B and this girl did. I was like, hey, let's go get a smoothie. I'm getting kind of thirsty. So me and her, we went to the smoothie place, and that was the only drink that I got her. Some of these other coaches, I heard use alcohol, and that's kind of weird because, if you get her drunk, she can't consent, and that's like great. So I suggest you don't do that.
Yeah, don't use alcohol in the bedroom. Bad idea. For day game. It's not night game.
And the only thing I did was I just got her a smoothie.
Even like recently, I think a bunch of Canadian hockey players got like a grape charge, or they tried to get in a trial because she was drunk. So you gotta be careful of those kind of things. Never use alcohol for cold approach.
So we were drinking a smoothie together. Then after a certain amount of time, I was like, hey, let's go watch a movie that's like down this hallway. So me and her, we went to go watch a movie.
Because he has no facial expressions, so a movie can spike her emotions.
And like, we decided on what movie to watch, so we were watching it together. Then afterwards, I took her to my car. Then like, I wanted to go drop her at her house, but there was this park that looked really nice because the scenery. So she suggested we go there for a little bit, and we went there and we chatted a little bit. Then after that, she was like, hey, let's go to my house. So I drove her and me to her house. And that's where I done my same day late, basically. So I just want to thank John for all the work he has put into his students. You guys should consider his programs because they're really helpful. And John goes above and beyond to make sure you are successful. Your success is his #1 priority. I feel like I can go out and track and go on Instigate with any girl that I choose. And not only that, but recently I've been seeing that a lot of Indians, they've been having a lot of like depression and ADHD issues.
Just like you, motherfucker. Like this year, he's having the same thing. He's bench-holding.
ADHD and depression, John recommends certain type of supplements. Like I said, for the Facebook Inner Circle group, he recommends like a list of supplements that will help you out during your day game. They'll make your mind calmer, and it'll make you more happier. And not only that, but if you are depressed or you feel not motivated to go do day game, John will help you get motivated so you can go out there and get results. He really cares about his student, and like I was honestly the worst student that he had because I'm lazy as fuck. So eventually I did this one exercise.
Yeah, and he's lazier this year than last year, if that was possible. The amount of laziness that he has is something I've never seen before. Even the London student was the same way. He disappears for a couple months at a time. All Indians do that. They're so overwhelmed with their Asperger's syndrome or their autism, and then their ADHD is the highest in the world.
Helping with my self-esteem. Me and John worked on a little visualization board that I'm currently working on now, and I think that also has helped me too. So he really cares about his student, and honestly, he's like honestly the best dating.
Seriously, I kick this guy out forever. He's expelled. This is what happens when you don't follow instructions.
That you can get right now. Because there's no other dating coaches that are posting all their student testimonials. They're only posting theirs, which, instead of doing is not their students. So why would you, go there, And not only that, but I'm Indian as well. But I lived in America my whole life. So I don't have the Indian accent. And I dress like really nice when I go out on day game. Because that's really like...
Not anymore. He has low self-esteem. He doesn't dress whitewashed anymore. He just wears all this fucking Indians and Asian students, they always wear some stupid ass black jacket. All of them. Of their own low self-esteem making. So...
if you dress really nice, you know how to have a conversation, you know how to flirt in a certain, time period, you know how to tease, like calibrations and facial expressions, it should be good to honestly get hands today. Just know it's pretty simple. Once you, practice and master the skill, you should get it down. But once again, I want to thank John for his help. I want to thank him again for letting me back into his coaching, because I know that I don't deserve to be here, because he has...
Yeah, let him back in, right? In the future, he's going to be begging, please let me back in, I was wrong. It's like, you could have fucking done something in 2025. No, he's not going to be back, ever.
All the other students that he needs to focus on. So that's one video testimonial. I hope for future students that this finds really helpful. I'm reading this comment. It said, So
basically, that was the student. So that's the 4 traits of low self-esteem, right? That's purgatory. So what is hell on earth? Oh man, let's talk about the Latino fuck behavior. Are you guys ready for this shit? You saw how many fucking crazy Latinos are out there these days on the news, right? They always getting arrested. The judges are even protecting them. They're getting thrown into the big jail. The far left is trying to protect them. Oh man, where do I begin? All of them has like a fucking Latino frown, right? Mugshots. So, when you fall further into the loser effect, you end up in hell. And this is where the Latino fuck behavior cycle takes over, turning you into a full zombie. Number 1 is the Latino one-track mind. Latinos with this behavior can only think one way. They're stubborn, they're rigid, and incapable of adapting. Out of 100 possibilities for solutions, they always pick the same one because they can't think critically. So if there's like 100 options, right? And I give a different number saying this is a different outcome, pick this one. They always say it's exactly the same number, it's just going to be this option. They're stubborn. The students couldn't follow the social skills flow drill because it requires multiple steps for Latinos. None of the Latinos can even do the breathing exercises and count properly. None of them actually can count because they cannot use more than one part of their brain. They cannot do multiple steps. They're almost like a Pentium 1 processor, one core processor. That's a Latino. So they cannot do more than one step. So if they're flirting, they're just going to throw a flirt, then they're going to throw a question, then a statement, and then they're going to throw another flirt, and then another statement, another question. It's just like they can't help it. There's no humanity there. And all Latinos, they cannot do multiple steps. Every Latino student has to work with their hands. They have to touch something for their job. They can't use their brains only to think. It just doesn't exist. So I don't know why, but they gotta touch something. Whether it's construction or whether it's this or that, it always has to be touching something. He couldn't stop and even count properly during the breathing exercises. His lack of emotions or awareness. All Latinos have alexithymia. which is called emotional blindness. It made them constantly triggered, moody, and stuck in the loop of negative feelings. Number 2, the wrong path to sociopath. After 4 months, Latinos, their Latino fuck behavior becomes so chaotic that it's like they're possessed by demons, and he was irrational, angry, and basically making crazy decisions. The police kicked down this guy's door and took his gun. They threw his ass in jail. But even when he's there, his sociopathic tendencies shown. But he used the social skills flow drill for once, 3 steps. He had to learn it, and he made friends with everyone in that jail. Nobody attacked him, and people were upset when he left. Number 3 is the Latino meltdown. When I had that conversation with that Indian guy and I started swearing and stuff like that, and he was bench holding, that was called the meltdown. Right now in 2025, there is a new meltdown every single week now. That Indian student was the recent one. Who's the next meltdown? That means all these months, every single month has 4 meltdowns. Who's the next one? That's the most fucked up thing. Who is the next meltdown? I don't know. But that's what I'm thinking. Is that fucked up? Like, who is next? Who's gonna bench out? So after getting out of jail, his life spiraled further. He got his girlfriend pregnant, right? Like most sociopaths, they refuse to wear a condom. They always have some kind of special pull-out method. All the sociopaths. Oh yeah, I can time it or some shit. No sociopath ever wears a condom, ever. They don't even wash their hands, to be honest, for Indians. They don't care about other people. They don't feel guilt or remorse. So, whenever this led to a massive meltdown. He started crying because he didn't want to be a father. His cortisol level was through the roof. He was trying to figure out how not to pay child support and how to get the fuck out of there. And quitting. Eventually, he rage quit the program, Kaizen, and he got kicked out of everything else. Unable to handle the pressure, he was completely consumed by the loser effect. And he locked himself in the cycle of failure. And number 5, resurrection. All Latinos, for some reason, are too stubborn to quit. They'll quit, right? Because they got stuck by being stubborn and root rotting. But for some reason, Latinos will magically approach again and go back to stage 1, back to Latino fuck behavior, one-track mind. And they'll go back into making the wrong decisions, shooting down my ideas. And then they'll have another fucking meltdown. It's like, oh, this is perfect timing, right? We're due for another fucking meltdown. Root rotting, right? Always, oh, you're going to quit next, right? I bet you're going to quit. Huh? Are you going to quit? They do quit. They say, I'm not going to quit. They fucking quit. And then they resurrect themselves a third time. And the third time, they just turn metal. Right? So, that's the thing. So, that's the resurrections. After a couple of years, he came back. He hit rock bottom and he realized he needed to change. This time, he followed the program. I gave him the elite playbook after Kaizen. And he started approaching again. He got laid with a Colombian woman who was a blonde. And he started making more money. At that time. His lay was in 2024, and I did not post it because people were ignoring my video testimonials. I still have it. So health, wealth, and relationships, the resurrection for Latino fuck behavior. This student resurrection wasn't instant. It was a slow process, but he started putting in the work, and his life began to transform. His health, when he came to me, his cortisol levels were sky high. Too fucking fast when he talked. And he was stressed out. He had no focus. He was triggered. And even thinking about him with his demon headache right now, I could feel it for that guy. So, he was possessed by demons and stuff. You're thinking about it, it's just like he let some kind of bird fly into his head, some owl, right? Which is the demon called Moloch. I don't want to mention the name. It gives me a headache. Because he made a deal with the devil to be good with women in exchange for his soul. Stupid. What the fuck? So it keeps coming back if he's not like accepting Jesus into his heart. So at that time, when he says Jesus, he's like, Jesus, like this. Help me, John. Jesus. Jesus, help. I was like, fuck. I didn't want to touch it because he's got some really bad demons inside him, and I couldn't remove it before. I wasn't strong enough. Now I could do it, but I did it, I kicked out the demon, and he started screaming in the name of Jesus. And he's like, oh, that's what he did. And then it's gone. The headache was gone. But it came back. Certain people are evil. The demon, the headache always comes back. So if you don't accept Jesus in your heart. So over time, right, in Kaizen, he quit because you're supposed to send me like 20 videos and I'm correcting your body language for Kaizen over and over. He only sends me like 4 videos or 3, right? And then he sweats and he says, oh, I'll do it tomorrow. That's the problem with taller, high-value, hard cases. I'll do it tomorrow. And he's just sweating so much and he needs to pass out. That's how much cortisol he gets. And he gets super approach anxiety. He won't even approach before he was kicked out. So then as he started winning, his cortisol dropped. His testosterone rose. He became calmer and more composed and more in control of his emotions. Although he gained a little weight, he was still healthy and no longer stuck in the zombie-like state he had before. For his wealth, before he could barely focus on work, he was so obsessed with chasing the next lay that his career was suffering. Daygame helped him get out of, get that lay out of his system. With my elite playbook, he didn't need to chase validation anymore because he had built a real confidence and self-esteem. This clarity allowed him to focus on his work and get out of debt. He started building a stable financial future. In relationships, his transformation in his relationship was profound. He slept with a Colombian blonde woman with blonde hair in 2024 while still dating, with his wife, his girlfriend who became his wife. And they moved forward. His wife did not care. She forgave him. Today, he's still married to that girlfriend and they have a son together. He's built a stable, fulfilling relationship in a family life that he never thought was possible. So the bigger picture is escaping hell and purgatory. This student's story is a testament to the power of transformation. The winner effect. Well, he came back later on, right? He became fucking super slow again and he got kicked out again. He tried to sneak into my coaching with a different alias. I accepted him, so it was my fault. But he came back in now and said, are you the Latino? He's like, yes, that's me. Kicked out again. Fuck off. It's like, once you're born slow, you're always slow. So when I first met him, he was rotting in purgatory, slowly losing his humanity. But the time he hit hell, right? He was acting like a sociopath, consumed by chaos and destruction. But even in the darkest moments, there's always a way out. The process of escaping hell and purgatory is like turning into a zombie, back into a half-human, and then back into a human. It's a slow, and it takes effort, but it's possible. The loser effect doesn't just have to define you, but with the right system, you can break free, rebuild your self-esteem, and create a life of health, wealth, and relationships. It doesn't matter how slow your progress is. What matters is that you don't stop. As long as you keep going, you'll eventually get there with my system. I always say the same thing. Everybody gets laid with my Daygame system. It's just a matter of when it happens. It's not like matter if it happens, it's a matter of when. So if you're faster for adapting and you have a working memory for all the drills, then you'll get there faster. But if you don't have a working memory because of cortisol, you will not get there. Some students like this one takes longer than others, but in the end, the solution works. So if he can do it, you can do it. And here's his testimonial. We'll play it quickly. You can see how he improved his health, wealth, and relationships. All right. So let's see here. There's so many late testimonials. Here it is. We found it. Spanish, USA, Mary. Okay, let's hear what he has to say. We'll double the speed. At least the audio is working.
Hello, my name is, and I am one of John Elite's former disgraced students. I say that because I was following the teachings of John Elite, but eventually I started acting like a zombie. I was trying to reverse engineer his teachings to what I wanted to do. I wasn't listening to what John was telling me, and eventually it got me kicked out of his program. And that is something I deeply...
You see that? That is the Latino one-track mind.
Because all of John Elite's teachings are something that have seriously improved my life in millions of ways. For example, when I first joined John Elite about 3 to 4 years ago, I had nearly no money in the bank and I had $17,000 in debt. $5,000 was student loans and $11,000 was credit card debt. And even though John Elite had to say goodbye to me as a student about like 3 to 4 years ago, I still followed and implemented John's teachings. All of his teachings, how to make money, how to sell things. For example, he gives you a lot of different books to read. These are some of those books.
the Secret series. He gave me those books. Here's the third one, Traffic Secrets. He gave me all of those books to read, and I read those books, and I implemented those books in my own business, and I was able to build a profitable small business, and I was able to completely erase all of my student loan debt, my credit card debt. I was able to erase everything, and what you're hearing right now outside the door, that is my son. And
See, he got married and he procreated with my coaching.
my woman is out there, and John Elite was able to help me. I was just talking to my wife, who was taking care of my son. So yeah, John Elite, he helped me get married. He helped me reproduce. I have a son now. My son is very handsome and healthy because the woman is very
So health, wealth, and relationship. That's relationships.
beautiful. And beyond that, John Elite, he also, even though I was removed from the program,
You leave me no choice but to declare you excommunicado. The doors to any service or provider in connection with the Continental are now closed to you.
he still gave me his Elite playbook, which helped me practice and drill the things that I needed to do in order to get laid with other women. So right here, I'm going to show you.
So even if he got married, he still banged another woman.
That's a censored picture of me getting laid with another girl who's not my wife. And I will send the uncensored picture to John Elite so that he will have the proof that it is me getting laid and not like a fake picture. That's real, right? And also, I'm going to show you my bank account as well as my car, just so you can see that everything that he's saying is true.
So this is wealth. You see that? Now he's not like minus $17,000 in debt.
All this is to say, basically, in a nutshell, John Elite is the absolute best day game cold approach coach in the entire world. And if you want to get laid with cold approach, you need to listen to John Elite. Every single other person in the world has no clue what they're talking about. John Elite is the best coach. He's a freaking genius. He's the only one who came up with the trauma cure therapy, which I also did, and it works 100%. I'm surprised it hasn't won a Nobel Peace Prize. John Elite also came up with all of the cold approach methods that actually work. He breaks everything down to a mathematical science. There's just so much I could say about him, but the most important thing I can say is he really knows what he's talking about. It works, and this is my testimonial of John Elite services. If you want to get laid, you need to listen to him too. So as you can see, here's my hand, so you can see there's no Photoshop, right? There's my name, and here's my account. I'm gonna scroll so you can see there's no Photoshop. This is my checking account that I just used, and this is my savings account. I have $43,000. I have 3 credit cards, no balance on any of them, and my only loan I have is on my car, which is a Maserati, and I'm gonna show you this. This is proof. I drive a Maserati Gran Turismo. Hello, John Elite. I know my hair is not in the pompadour style right now, but that's because I just got out the shower. Here's my car. It's the Maserati.
Do you know that most day game coaches don't have as many late?
Not cool? Sorry, I'm just losing my voice right now. I can barely talk. But let's continue. Who cares about my voice? But yeah, breaking free from the loser effect. Maybe I should get something to drink or go to the bathroom. I cannot talk anymore. All right, to escape the loser effect, students must reset their minds. How about this? We'll all just take a 5-minute break or something and we'll be back. I can barely... Okay, good question. So, when do you learn about cortisol problem? I was reading a book on Daygame, right? And somebody said that... I forgot the book's name. But somebody said that cortisol was affecting your facial expressions. In that case, it actually reduces your Daygame results. I thought it was an interesting theory. Okay? So I looked more into it. And I start researching about cortisol, and I was like, whoa, this is a very bad hormone because the cortisol is affecting people, making them chubby, and also taking away their muscles, and their hair is disappearing. Hopefully I can still hear my voice. It's a little bit... Okay, but they're losing all their muscles, and it's all related. They're all skinny fat. And I realize a lot of Indians have cortisol, like a stress hormone, but also autism and Asperger's also affects your cortisol. Does that make sense? So Indians have it because they're ADHD and they're losers. No offense, but they don't get anything done. So they keep losing until they train under me. So when they have so much cortisol and skinny fat, that's what's happening. This hormone is so dangerous that every battle that you lose, you'll remember it. So it's like a cumulative. It's like a scorecard, a cortisol scorecard, a rotting scorecard. And even with a mental trauma cure, you can't erase the hormones. The hormones are a separate issue than just the mental trauma. This is something that will destroy your system, and it will actually make you less likely to learn new stuff. Your brain will stop working, and you'll lose all your memory. That's why I'm making my students talk to themselves in a video on WhatsApp for their homework, telling themselves what their mistakes are, and then making them watch it 40 times in a row before they can remember what their mistakes are, before they start the class. Does that make sense? That's how bad it is right now. Right now, it's so bad, I have to in-ear coach the students by calling them, even when they're halfway around the world in London. Well, I just moved the microphone. Hopefully, I don't lose the signal. But even halfway around the world, just to make sure they approach, because they have too much anxiety or too much cortisol too. So if that were the case, this is how bad things are right now. Fuck, voice is not good. So to escape the loser effect, the students must reset their mindset regularly. Without this reset, they begin to rot, mentally decaying from human to zombie. This process is inevitable for those stuck in the lower self-esteem and delusions. But the Mindset Playlist offers a temporary treatment, a way to regain clarity and move forward before the rot takes over again. So how does the Mindset Playlist work, okay? Before you join my coaching, every single student, the new ones, they have to update their Mindset Playlist. So I have a playlist that has 26 videos. It's always the same 26, okay? 26 videos. So they go on a Google document. They have to write down 10 takeaways, not just regular takeaways, but their own version, not like they're copying from the transcription, like copy and paste from YouTube. When they write their own things, right? For every video, that's 260 takeaways. Does that make sense? With 260 takeaways, then they have to like wait 2 weeks, right? When they start cracking, their mind starts rotting. Let's say they were procrastinating or making excuses. I will write on top of their document in red, these are all your mistakes. Populate afterwards. So they write one takeaway, then they can connect the mistake. They'll call themselves out. I should take extreme ownership no matter what happens in my life. And then they connect the blue thing, right? Because I've been making excuses and shifting the blame to something else. So they start to create a new mental vaccine. Does that make sense, guys? With all the videos. Eventually, when the whole thing is done after a couple weeks, there's no more excuses. There's no more mistakes, right? To update and populate. That is when I make an audio. I make a text-to-speech audio for them. So I'll take all the 260 takeaways, I would feed them into a voice talking, right? Like a serious voice. Maybe a British voice, I don't know, something that sounds serious. And they can listen to all of them. And then the person that is rotting like a zombie with root rot, they will slowly start to turn backwards to be a human again. But they're still infected. Maybe in 3 or 4 days, they slowly rot away halfway and then turn back into a zombie. Most students in 2025 don't last more than like 4 days. After 4 days without the Mindset Playlist, they bancho. The other Indian guy will not even listen to the Mindset Playlist, or the Gen Z Latino. You know who you are if you're watching this. I told you to listen to the Mindset Playlist and go back into the Elite Tonality Mastery. He won't do it. Whenever they disobey, they usually get kicked out. So try not to get kicked out. All right? So I hope that kind of makes sense about the Mindset Playlist. So everyone creates their own Mindset Playlist. Nobody has the same thing. It is a vaccine. This is like the, what do you call it? Variant for your mindsets. But one person's vaccine does not work for the other person. Okay? Each student's vaccine is unique and tailored to their own specific mindset flaws and challenges. So, honestly, this chair is like falling apart. All right. So, the text-to-speech audio, it makes it easier to consume the vaccine. Once the takeaways and mistakes are populated, the text-to-speech audio, it's like a hard reset. So, here's how it works. Stage 1, they're like a human, right? When the student, they first listen to the audio, they regain their humanity. Their mindsets become clear and they're able to take action again without procrastinating. You know how slow they become? So when they're that slow, right? They're gonna fucking procrastinate, you know? They're gonna lose their minds. But that's the stage 1. They go fast again. Stage 2 is the rotting. After a few days, the rot begins to set in again. They start to lose focus and their mistakes resurface, and they have no working memory. Their mind begins to decay. Stage number 3 is the zombie. If they don't reset in time, they fully transform into a zombie or a Latino fuck behavior. They'll literally run away from the homework assignments, shooting down all your suggestions. At this stage, they're completely delusional. When you have a conversation with them at this point, they are so far gone, they're so delusional, it's like you almost feel sad for them. The person you used to know before, they're crashing out. They're not humans. They're unable to learn. They're stuck in the cycle of self-sabotage. This crash happens all the time. Without the regular reset, students fall apart, leading to meltdowns and total regression. So the problem with zombies is, is that zombies are defined by their sociopathic traits, which makes it nearly impossible for them to call themselves out or take responsibility for their actions. They're never gonna call themselves out in the mindset playlist, ever. Every student that buys Elite Bundle Resurrections, they will go through the mindset playlist. That's the first thing. Number one is that they're never wrong in their own mind. Sociopaths always have to win at all costs. If they're forced to confront their mistakes, they'll shift the blame or make excuses to protect their ego. It's like, when is it ever their fault? Never. As soon as they do that, the excuse gets shifted. They never change. When you're a sociopath, right, the students, usually they're not short, they're around 5'10" to 6 foot something. The high value hard cases. These sociopaths have no emotions. They have alexithymia. They're root rotting. They have no memory. They're full of cortisol. And they always shift the blame. I don't know why, but it seems like when they're taller, they get even worse genes. It's like, if it's never their fault, then how can you change? You can't. They lack the emotional intelligence. Sociopaths are emotionally stunted. They can't identify emotions in themselves or others. And even when it's super obvious. For example, the worst student of 2025, he couldn't recognize the depression in other people's voices for their practice homework or infields. His brain could only process what he literally heard with no emotional connections. He says, oh, maybe the student has a little bit of a sighing at the end, but I can't hear anything else. It doesn't sound depressed to me. Anyone else would say they're not depressed. And all the other Latinos agree with them because they also all have alexithymia, all sociopaths. When they're triggered. When you're triggered, you don't have feelings. I mean, you got feelings, triggered feelings, but you don't have emotions. Does that make sense? Trigger feelings mean you have no emotions. So it's really dangerous to have no emotions. So you focus first on changing the mindset before you can coach. Otherwise, they stay in the loser effect. In the past, right, we didn't do that. Okay, that's a great question. Before the pandemic or during the pandemic, we didn't even bother with a mindset playlist because people were. It doesn't matter. It was always outside in. If we can get their social calibrations on point, they'll still get laid. They're not root rotting. They just have to fix the body language and just collect the lay. Does that make sense? But when the inflation hit at 2022, 2023, they start losing their fucking minds. Their mindset started to crash. So we have to start with the outer game first. And then afterwards, we see how long they can last before they bench out. And then when they root rot, right? Then we switch over to inner game. And usually they can use the same reset. They'll write out all 26 videos, right? 260 of them. And then they reset themselves for 2 or 3 months. Does that make sense? And they're fine. Nothing's wrong. Even at 2022. Around 2024, of course, it only lasted for like maybe 3 weeks. When it was 2025, we had to make an audio for 2024 and 2025. They were rotting away faster than ever. Without the audio resetting their brains, it didn't work. And there are even bad Latino students that were like, like the worst students of the year, Latinos. They won't even do the mindset playlist or update it to add the blue footnotes at the end. They'll just dismiss it and they'll get kicked out. There are some people that do listen to the mindset playlist. They get even worse. Their brain starts strangling themselves. They're like demonic possessed. They start strangling themselves like metaphorically and physically and doing the opposite. they actually get into a lower self-esteem. It's like their demons are fighting back because they want to exist. And then when you talk to them, you're not talking to a human. You're talking to a delusional person who is making very bad decisions that are going to blow up in their face in 4 months. And it happens every time. Exactly 4 months. So, and then always that meltdown. Usually when you kick them out, during that meltdown, it's like tears and everything. They get emotional. You're having a conversation with a total rotten zombie. They barely can even recognize they're humans. They'll be saying the most irrational, insane shit I've ever heard in my life. The weirdest shit ever. And then it's like, get the fuck out of here. The conversation is so bad that there's no humanity. There's no reasoning. Fools are unreasonable. They're foolish people. So that's just trait number 2. Trait number 3, the delusional zombies convince themselves they're doing fine. Here's the worst thing of all. These guys that are tall, high-value hard cases with alexithymia and sociopathy, they always tell themselves, they'll declare something they're supposed to do. I got a job and I can hold down my job. It's like, you're supposed to, motherfucker. And they're like, oh yeah, I had a girlfriend before. And I was like, you're supposed to. It's like, what are they bragging about? They're bragging about stuff that is not an accomplishment. It's not an accomplishment at all. But they brag about it. And I even had a Latino guy brag about how he was level 60 in a video game for massive multiplayer online. He said because he's level 60, then he's not a loser. Then I had another loser tell me that because I said, what else have you done that has made you win to go have more testosterone? He says he done boxing before. He got A in his class. I said, do you ever spar with anybody? And he says, no, there's no sparring. I said, when I took Krav Maga is really martial arts that he forgot because he's root rotting. I had to spar every single time I'm in the class. You know? If you didn't spar, how do you know you have an A in boxing? And he's like, oh, I don't know. Then that's all he can think of. Because he's a loser. These losers, when they're delusional, because they want to protect their massive ego. These guys are dark triad. They're a sociopath, narcissist, and Machiavellian. Except they're not manipulating other people like other dating coaches. They're manipulating themselves so they can protect their ego. And some of them are even sadistic. We'll call them the far left. They'll vote for Kamala Harris. Those people will vote for Kamala Harris. And when that happens, right, because they get triggered and they're irrational, they'll completely hate Trump. They'll have a Trump derangement syndrome and stuff like that. These type of people that makes no sense, that are literally trying to bail out these crazy Latinos that are thrown into that mega prison. Those people are the same as the far left. They have this far left thinking. No rationality, completely delusional. So, I hope that makes sense. Because that is, yeah, they think like the far left. So that's why they can never ever call themselves out by being wrong. They have to protect their ego. That's the wrong thing. They'll cling to irrational beliefs and refuse to accept reality. These traits make zombies incredibly difficult to teach. They'll lack logic and reasoning needed to progress, and their mindsets decay faster than it can be repaired. Yeah, there's a point when you just can't repair them anymore. They're so rotten, they need to be expelled out of the program. Just like that Indian guy. He's so irrational and so bench-holding, you cannot talk to him. There's no human behind him. He has to fail so badly, he has to come back maybe a couple years afterwards begging for coaching, and I'm probably going to triple his price and he's going to pay it. You know, and wasted all that time. He'll give me 3 times the amount, and he'll slow down again, and then they're stuck. Once they crash out, it's game over. They'll rot. They'll have a working. They'll have a cortisol memory of a winner-loser effect. It's accumulative. The worst student of 2025, one of them, was a half Latino, half white guy. He lasted less than a week in the program. He refused to update his mindset playlist, claiming he had already done it, and he doesn't need to do it again. This arrogance and laziness was classical zombie traits. But the biggest flaw was the lack of emotional intelligence. He couldn't recognize emotions, even in other students. Even my recent Latino students cannot recognize emotions. They can be very nice people and say, yes, sir, right? But they cannot recognize it at all. Whether it was depression or anxiety, or frustration, they can't hear that from other people's infields. Their brain lacks the circuitry and they're disconnected emotionally, making them delusional in unteachable cases. So this is the importance of the mindset playlist. Like I said, that was a good question you asked me. Before, we never had a mindset playlist in the past. The very first time I had the mindset playlist was because I had a black student with 100 lays. Now he's an instructor with my coaching. That black student, I had to sneak in some videos he dismissed. He kept making excuses and crying, having a meltdown. I said, you're not going to watch these videos, even though they can help you stop making excuses, like extreme ownership videos. And guess what? He says, you know what? You're wrong, John. I did watch some of your videos. Right? And then he stopped making excuses. Oh shit, I've been acting like a cunt. What the hell happened to me? I was like, oh, you're turning back into a fucking human again. I didn't say those words, but that's what happened. Now you have rationality. And then he started getting laid, and then he got more and more lays. Then he got even more lays. Then he got even more lays again. Now he's up to 100. You know? Oh shit, I just knocked the microphone. Hopefully I didn't touch the wire, right? Hopefully you can still hear me. But I wonder if the reason why it was like, it was, now it's not cutting the audio, right? Maybe the room was way too hot. It could be that we're frying the equipment or something. And that's why it was like disappearing. But yeah, the mindset playlist was started with a black student, that guy. That's why I started it. And it worked on him. Then I rolled it out and I split tested with other students. And then when it worked for a small group of them, we rolled it out to all the students. It's like a vaccine. So without a reset, the students became stuck in the cycle of delusions, convincing themselves they're fine when they're not, laziness, refusing to take action, complete assignments, or regression, falling back into old habits and sabotage. And as they always say, like, I always say this, right? Skill set without mindset will lead to upset. I'll say this again. Skill set without mindset, right? Outer game without inner game will lead to upset. The playlist gives the student a chance to reset their zombiness and regain focus and move forward. But the effects are temporary. Most students can only last 3 days before they rot in 2025. And then, you know, for Canadians, like, approach Titan. Oh shit, man. With Canada and their bad economy and the Carney guy, Canadians will crash out even worse than last year. I won't even have any Canadian students ever again. So in the past, students could go 3 weeks or even 3 months between resets. But today, in the world of inflation, economic pressures, the loser effect, it's harder than ever to maintain a strong mindset. So the bigger picture is escaping the zombie cycle. The mindset playlist is a treatment, not a cure. There is no permanent fix, except for high self-esteem, which is curing or fixing their ADHD first, and actually making them do the task, but they don't have a memory, so they can't do it. So they always fail, because they're always losers. Especially when external factors like inflation and economic stress makes them feel like a loser. The process of transformation looks like this. Humans, you know, they reset their mindsets and regain their clarity. Rotting, number 2. Over time, their mindset decays. Number 3, half zombie. They're stuck between human and zombie. And then number 4, full zombie. The only way to escape the cycle is students, like, they have to think critically and grow. But even with regular resets, some students are far too gone. Their sociopathic traits lacks emotional intelligence, and delusional thinking makes them resistant to change. So the moral is that mindset is everything. Unfortunately, before it was all outer game. Now it's like, it's important to have the right mindset, because that's the only thing keeping you from rotting. The mindset playlist is giving students a fighting chance. It's not a cure, but it's a tool in the way to temporarily turn zombies back into humans. Some students will take longer than others to see results, but as long as they commit to the process and reset regularly, then they'll get laid eventually. The key is to have consistency, long-term consistency, not short-term intensity. Even the effects are temporary. Each reset brings them closer to escaping the loser effect temporarily. So if you're willing to put in the work, you can break free from the zombie cycle and create a life of health, wealth, and relationships. It all starts with resetting your mindsets. All right? So basically, I want to pitch right now, my Elite Daygame, Elite Bundle Resurrections, as you see over here. It has all these 3 courses: Elite Tonality Mastery, the new one, as the Elite Playbook, It has the Elite 30. And also has like Elite access for 1 year. It has 10 Skypes. So for you guys, if you want to get it during the 5-day challenge, this is day number 1. You only got like 4 more days left. You can get it for $935 USD. So Canadians are not going to be able to afford it. Too bad. But Americans, they can afford it. What about the Europeans, right? Why act so cheap? It only cost $935. Last time it was $900 on the first challenge. Now it's $935. It'll go up every single time. If you cannot afford that or pay 3 payments of that, $311, you can always get a golden ticket. Or you can pay the difference, right? For example, you already have Elite 30, that's $250. You only have to pay the difference to reach 1,000, but now it's $935. You just pay the difference. Just contact me, okay? But what happens if you cannot afford that, right? Or even in payments of 3. There was a Latino guy who only paid for Elite 30 first, so he's gonna go through the 30-day challenge first before he starts working on the next pieces. And if he graduates to there, if he actually did his homework, I hope he did. He started blocking me afterwards. He told me he wasn't getting triggered, but that is just getting triggered like a Latino fuck behavior. So, let me see here. So what does a golden ticket look like? I made this out of a Willy Wonka template. See that? It says golden ticket. It's like, you can't really see it, but it will say golden ticket. It has the word golden ticket. It'll have your name here somewhere. It says John here. Here's my email. And then this is like your barcode. Everyone has a different barcode. When you have the barcode, right? There's going to be 40 of these for the 2025. They'll have 40 different barcodes. I'll send it to you on WhatsApp. I'll screenshot it. I'll write your name on here. And I'll also write your email for the PayPal. And I'll give you a barcode. You can get a discount. So it's not like $935. I mean, like, okay, before now until August, it's going to be like $1,000, right? Normally for Elite Bundle Resurrections. But I can knock down the price to $935 for the 5-day challenge. So if you snooze, you lose. It keeps going up. Or you can pay in 3 pieces. But in exchange for the golden ticket, I'm going to give you something as a bonus. I'm not selling Elite Day Game First Steps. I'm not selling Elite Focus for day gamers. But it's only $5. You put it down. You pay me $5. And guess what? You just write in the word in the sales letter. Golden ticket. It's only $5. I'll give you a course, a mini course. One of them is to make your first approach. The other one is to save money to afford my coaching, to budget in high income skills. So it's a win-win. At least I can see who put up their hands. Let me check my email to see if anybody actually signed up. Maybe they didn't yet. Maybe they need more time. Because I'll be back tomorrow for day 2 soon. I'm not done yet, but let's see. Okay, I got a new subscriber from an Indian guy. But right now, nobody signed up for Elite. Elite Bundle Resurrections. Now let me put down a link for it so you guys can see it. Here's the new golden ticket. I already added for my sales letter. Right over here. Check it out. Elite Bundle Resurrections. This is the newest update for Elite Bundle 2. Elite Bundle Resurrections. Alright, let's continue. So long-term consistency is better than short-term intensity. Avoiding root rot in your mindset. So transformation isn't about burning yourself out with short bursts like a boot camp. It's about long-term consistency. You saw that Chinese guy with 15 lays, right? He didn't work that hard. He actually just slowly practiced the drills. Just like nurturing a plant. You have to plant the seed. You got to germinate it, watering it, not over-watering it or neglecting the roots. The plant starts to rot. But at the same time, it happens to your mindsets. So I got this plantiform thing, this big pod that started having root rot. I have these little pods of plants growing, right? It was growing a lot of plants. But when I bought a plant system called Plantiform, I learned some powerful lesson about growth, consistency, and decay. The system was supposed to like spray mist or fog, right, called fogponics, and the plants evenly providing just the right amount of water. But one of the foggers wasn't working properly. One side wasn't getting enough water, while the other side was being overwatered. The results, root rot. One plant after another started turning black or decaying and dying. When I pulled the plants out to inspect the roots, I've noticed something fascinating. The longer white roots were strong and healthy. That's your mindset, get it? These roots were clean, they're vibrant, and they're full of life. They belong to the plants that have grown big and thrived. In fact, I replanted that into a big pot. And these plants are still alive, right? But the ones that are root rotting or dying. The shorter brown ones or black roots, right? They have short roots, right? They grow out like a bunch of strings or threads. They're weak and they were rotting away. These roots were full of bacteria and pathogens, because if you overwater it, then it cannot breathe and it has then it starts to turn into bacteria. This experience taught me that your mindset is just like roots of a plant. It needs balance, enough water, effort, right, to grow, but not so much that it overwhelms it. So I'm finding in 2025, the students are only allowed to practice close to maybe 15 minutes a day, nothing more. If they want to practice beyond that, they cannot. They have to wait another hour or later on to do it. Okay? Let me go ask them for the group. I hope you guys updated your mindset playlist, because I didn't have time to check. I'm doing a 5-day challenge again. But for your homework assignments, eventually you're going to make a video calling yourself out. But I want you to do this yesterday's homework assignment that you guys failed. If you guys keep failing it because you don't have a working memory, then you guys have to make a video calling yourself out. I will pin it to your WhatsApp profile. This is the best course of action. So for one of you, understood. But if you want to practice your homework, right, for the whitewash tonality exercise, feel free to do so in between. Right? You're also doing the same thing, the Superman pose, to see if you can change your emotions. And whenever you're talking for the hybrid opener, you're not supposed to go fast. You're supposed to have a working memory that you're supposed to fix this fast speed. And then you're supposed to try the whitewash tonality. If you guys are watching the stream, that's fine, but I'm going to be here for 4 days extra, so I won't be able to teach you. So I want you guys to finish your homework. The difference is you only have to do one of each. Okay. All right. Let's continue. So if you overwork yourself, right, neglect your mental roots, this is why I want these new students, right? I don't want them overworking it. One of each is fine for today. So did you guys, right, update your mindset playlist? I'm not sure if you're watching the stream, but I didn't get a chance to check. I hope you guys did. Right? So overworking the neural pathways, the dangers of short-term intensity. Many students make the mistake of relying on short-term intensity to achieve quick results. They push themselves too hard, overloading their neural pathways and burning out. They think if they did it once, they pump their state and they're like, oh, why am I doing it again? That's a Latino fuck behavior. I've done it once. It's like a martial arts, right? Oh, I threw a correct punch once. Why am I doing it again? Okay, throw a second punch. Oh, it's all wrong. And it's like, what's wrong with it? I'm delusional. They're trying to build neural pathways or a memory of an exercise like a soldier through training before war. But here's the thing I've noticed about Latinos and other people with alexithymia, a lack of emotional intelligence, no facial expressions, cannot feel emotions. All the students I found out today, right? I found out today before I wrote the script yesterday. Because I made one student watch the video of him calling himself out of his mistakes for 40 times. All the students that don't have facial expressions and they have no emotions, they're triggered, all of them has no working memory because of cortisol, but also because they don't have emotions. In order to learn something, your brain waves will go through different beta, right, which is like halfway asleep, like a zombie, and then the lowest one's delta, right? It's like sleeping. You're passed out, and you're having REM sleep. But for them, they're not having this beta brainwave of stressing their brain to learn something new because they have no emotions. So there's no positive input with emotions, with information. So in one ear, out the other, zombie ear. Fuck, I'm losing my voice again. Hope that makes sense. So if they're zombies, they have no memory or muscle memory. Even when they're practicing the body language drills, because they have no emotional connection, if you hold a facial expression long enough, like surprise, long enough, your voice will start to change. You sound more surprised, right? But for them, some people take like 5 seconds to change. Some people it's right away. For me, it takes about 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds. It's not fast for me. But some people, that's why they have no facial expressions. They're out there. They're creeping everyone out. They're incongruent. Does that make sense? They're completely incongruent. So, these guys cannot anchor these information into their brain or the difference because they don't feel anything on the inside. You have no idea how many people that are above 5'9", they're like 5'10" to 6 foot something. They have no fucking working memory. It's like, is the height or something affecting you guys? Is this a genetic thing for PUAs? The high value heart cases? When this happens, their mind begins to decay, like the rotting roots in the plantiform system. And here's what happens when you overwork your brain. Number one, the loss of focus. The brain becomes overwhelmed. The students lose their ability to concentrate. They start making careless mistakes and forgetting important details. Number two, the loss of the working memory. Without a healthy mindset, the students can't retain a new information. They'll forget what they learned the day before or even an hour ago. Regression. Instead of progressing, they fall apart. Their mindsets weakens and they start to rot, mentally losing their ability to perform even basic tasks. This is why I always emphasize long-term consistency over short-term intensity. Students only need to practice 10 or 15 minutes a day now. In 2025, you're not allowed to practice more than that. To see results is not about doing more, it's about doing it consistently over time. So the problem with zombies, from human to rotting, when a student starts to rot, they go through the stages of decay. Okay, I think I already wrote this. Yeah, I already talked about this. So I'll probably just copy and paste. Okay. And the Indian student versus the loser student, right? Of long-term consistency beats short-term intensity. One of my Indian students from London had incredible memory. You're like, what do you mean? He almost had a photographic memory. For some fucking reason, this Indian guy, he can just watch the Elite Tonality Mastery, and for some unknown reason, he was able to remember all the steps and he corrected himself out there. And it didn't make sense at first, but it makes perfect sense. Why is he able to have a working memory while the other guy from America is bench-holding and got kicked out? Oh, I just realized that even right now. I'm not reading from my script right now, but I just realized that other guy's an engineer. So he's making more money. So he's not in survival mode. So therefore, he can afford stuff. So he's not losing his fucking mind. He's not in the survival mode getting more cortisol. The other guy who's bench holding and losing money because of ADHD, he cannot fucking survive. Therefore, that's the problem. Does that make sense? Because he has no working memory, then, and he's super ADHD because he has money problems, then it's affecting him. If we look at the Maslow chart of human needs, okay? Let's look over here. Maslow chart of human needs. Then there's a triangle. On the bottom, it says physiological needs, okay? If you guys are missing any of these, you'll be stuck. That's why if you got the golden ticket, you should get Elite Focus for day gamers to reduce that. Physiological needs are at the bottom. Not sure if you can see it, but there's a triangle here. Air, water, food, shelter, sleep, clothing, reproduction. If any of this stuff is affected, you're in the red. I have another student recently, a white guy. He has a decent job, but there's some problems with his job. I was talking to him in the group about the homework assignments. He's in safety needs. He has personal security, employment, resources, health, and property. He has all of that stuff. Okay? So, but he has some problems with that affecting it. So he's getting a little bit of cortisol. But when he doesn't finish his homework assignments because he has no working memory or emotions, just frustration and feelings, then he'll start to go into the loser effect and start to rot. So he had to update his mindset playlist a lot. But all the other guys who are in physiological needs, like that other Indian, that's why they're rotting away. Because he cannot manage his money. He can't even update for elite tonality mastery for $100, which would help his mindset and also help his skill set. And that's why he's kicked out. The other guy invests in it because he can afford it. He can afford to do that. So maybe training people that are really poor and broke is not the best idea. Broke people are not good people. They're zombies because they're ADHD. That's why they're broke. They can't manage their own money. They have a problem. Every time they get depressed, they have to buy other stuff to make their depression less. So they lose all their money and they become broke. So anything they gain, they lose. Until they can handle their depression, and the depression is started but because they don't finish their task, because they're ADHD. This is an endless supply of hell. You just keep losing all your money. So, that's why. The other guy has a photographic memory. Not because he has a photographic memory, he just has a normal memory before the pandemic or before the inflation. Most people could remember this stuff. They used to can remember all this stuff. Now they can't remember shit because they become like zombies. So, I'm really liking the questions so far, guys. You guys have asked some really amazing questions. So, he followed the program consistently, and he did very little practice. He just basically rationalized it, and he got laid. So I realized that the memory was super important. That if you guys don't fix the memory, you're fucked. So I'm going to make my students go through it. If you're the Latino Gen Z guy, the reason why I'm making you go through it 4 times in a row for the elite tonality mastery is because you don't have a working memory. So if they go through it over and over, it shoves it into their zombie brain. They can't forget. They'll forget the first 3 times, but maybe 4 times they won't forget. That's what is necessary. All the training now revolves around memory and a neural link, which I'll talk about. So his mindset was like the white roots in the plantiform system. It was clean and strong and quite long. It was capable of supporting growth. Another Indian student from the United States, however, it's completely rotting away. He relies on short bursts of effort and he doesn't even review his own mistakes, and he forgets everything he learns, and he disappears for 3 weeks at a time or 3 months. His mindset is like the short brown roots, overworked, neglected, and full of rot. Short roots that are rotting. The difference between these 2 students comes down to working memory. The student from London built his mindsets through consistent focused effort. The other student, however, relied on short-term intensity, which destroyed his ability to retain information and grow. That's why boot camps will fail this year. This is why I don't advocate for boot camps. Other programs of other dating coaches rely on short-term intensity, especially during the inflation or tariffs. When I made my first challenge, that was in April the 2nd, the tariffs just began. Even if it's a small percentage of my audience knew that there was a 5-day challenge. But boot camps are like overwatering a plant. They might produce quick results in terms of number of closes, but the effects don't really last. They don't even get laid. Without a strong foundation, the student's mindset starts to rot and regress back to square one. The transformation isn't about quick fixes. It's about building a strong, healthy mindset over time. So that's why it's important of long-term consistency. To succeed, students need to focus on long-term consistency, right? Never work more than 15 minutes a day now for homework assignments. So great video, tons of value. Yes, I'm not quite done yet, but I'm gonna keep going until it's done. We're getting halfway there. Not short-term intensity. So 10 or 15 minutes a day is enough practice for just 10 to 15 minutes a day, it keeps your neural pathways healthy and prevents burnout. It's about quality, not quantity. Review mistakes is the key. Writing down and reflecting on your mistakes, but that doesn't work anymore. When I wrote this, right, I realized people are not reading on the WhatsApp what's their pinned comments. They have to make a video. I'm inventing new steps and split testing it now. So you guys are getting the newest information. We're turning everything into a neural link of information. So it's like pruning a plant, removing the dead parts so the healthy parts can thrive. Number 3, working memory is essential. Without a working memory, you can't retain information. Whether you try to remember it or whether you try to do the body language stuff, if you don't have at least a memory on your body too, right? Or any memory, you're fucked. Seriously, this year. Consistency helps you strengthen your memory over time. Think of your mindset like the roots of a plant. You keep them white and clean and long and strong by balancing effort with recovery. If you push too hard and neglect the process, you'll rot. But if you stay consistent, you'll grow into the best version of yourself. And like I said, everyone gets laid here. It's just a matter of time. So the bigger picture is to avoid mental root rot. The lesson is that plantiform is that balance is everything. Plants need the right amount of water to grow, but not too much. Overwatering leads to rot, just like over-practicing. Neglect needs to decay. The key is to find the balance, right? And here's the next thing I'm going to teach you guys, okay? Big secret. How many times should students approach a day? It's not how many times they approach, right? Think about it this way, okay? If they start practicing all the drills for maybe a month and a half, they start approaching, they could get laid in like 1 to 6 approaches that day because they're leveled up. Their social skills are higher, their social calibrations are higher, their emotional control is higher. That was before the inflation. Just collect the lay. So it's not how many approaches a day, it's more like how much practice of leveling up those skills a day. Does that make sense? I know you have Elite 30, right? Most likely. If you practice in front of the mirror and then you watch the video that you record like it's your cousin, not like you, right? Your tall cousin, whatever his name is, your cousin might be called Alex. Just pretend that's Alex or something, and then you can see all your mistakes. Okay? Does that make sense? You can see. I'm not sure if you have Elite 30, but you can see all the mistakes. And when you see all the mistakes, you'll be like, "Oh fuck, that's bad." You cannot see it with the delusions and the 4 traits of low self-esteem. But if you watch it and say, "That's not me. That's just my cousin with my face in the Instagram filter, pretending to be me," then you can see all the mistakes as long as you separate your ego from it. Of course, get training from me. That's the fastest way to get laid. But it's no longer how many approaches, because the answer is no matter how many times you approach, 1 or 1,000 a day, you will not get laid during the inflation, during the tariff. Only my students will get laid. And I have to get more students, guys. I need to build a bigger army. Bigger army equals more lay testimonials. The last batch of people, a lot of them did not even fucking approach. They just bought Elite Tonality Mastery upgrade just to learn from it. They haven't even gone through it. They're ADHD super zombies. What the fuck? We need some real soldiers. And whatever students on the batch, I still got that guy laid because he has a working memory. He went through all this stuff. He did not bench hold. He listens to what I say. And now another student who got kicked out wants to go back into the training and says, "I'm going to quit my job," and he wants the same results with a white girlfriend. And I say, fuck no, you've been kicked out because you're a shit student. You root rotted. You disappear for 3 months at a time, then you disappear for another 3 months from Elite Access. You don't deserve to come back. So here's a supplement advice, a big secret, right? So in case you guys missed the testimonial, we can play it one more time quickly. Double speed. It'll be like 2 minutes. Okay? The other guy who got laid from London, in case this is new to you, I uploaded it to my second YouTube in private, the video. So if you heard it, that's great, but it's good motivation. Listen.
Hey guys, I just wanted
I'll go
to
faster.
share my experience with John Elite and the program and how we changed my life. And I know you guys have heard a lot about how different programs and different coaches, and they all try to market themselves and say, "This program will change your life. You need to follow this program." But I actually have got the results from it. Today is Wednesday, and I got results. Yesterday was Tuesday, and it was actually on the night, and then Tuesday as well, where I actually laid my first white girlfriend. And this is quite a change for me as an Indian guy living in the UK, because I never thought it would be possible. And any Indian guy who has been living around people, and especially around people of different races, you know that there is a certain hierarchy, there is a certain race, a certain standard where white guys are considered more confident, more attractive. You see them in movies, you see the hero always being the white guy, but you see the Asian guys not being represented. You don't see, the Asian or Indian guys being represented in an attractive way. And growing up, I always felt this way, and I've also realized while watching Hollywood that even Asian guys sometimes it's a little bit better. You can see, like the Marvel movie, what is it, the Shang-Chi and the Ten Rings, that even the Asian guys can sometimes be attractive, but the Indian guys are always put into comedic roles or known as awkward. And I kind of believe that, so I never really had any confidence growing up, and I also, was diagnosed late with Asperger's syndrome and autism as well, so it is always very difficult for me to socialize and to even attract a girl. So from the results I had yesterday, it's crazy that I actually achieved this. And even telling you the story is very emotional for me, because I never thought it would be possible. I never thought it would be possible to speak like I'm speaking to you without stuttering, with a lot of confidence. And I must thank John Lee because he has split tested everything. And when I first told
If he stuttered before, right? If he stuttered before and he's talking this well right now, he can actually remember all the steps from Elite Tonality Mastery. That's crazy. He probably has a photographic memory.
I was interested, he told me to get this program, which is John Lee Bundle 2, which includes Elite 30 Hard Things to Do. And this is a social skills program which taught me how to talk, how to art my body language. And you actually get feedback from John. So this helped me a lot, and you also get the playbook, Bundle 2. So the playbook teaches you how to game, and you also get Skype and access to John. And this was so good because I could text John on WhatsApp and he would answer. And this actually helped me a lot actually to what I should do, to have someone there to guide me. And John focuses on minorities as well, which is why all of his other students also have a lot of success. All of his students are minorities, whether they are Jewish or black or Italian or Romanian or Asian and Chinese, Indonesian, Filipino, Indian, and especially the Indians, man, because it's so difficult. It is so difficult to actually attract a girlfriend and even a white girlfriend in the country, but I managed to do this. So definitely recommend this. What I actually also got from the program was the fact that I really lacked a lot of focus, and really I did not have a very good tonality. I would have a very bad Indian accent, and nobody would understand me, and they would make a lot of fun of me. So with the tonality mastery course, it helped me to improve my tonality, and it helped me to gain a lot of focus and confidence. And when I joined the inner circle, I got even more videos, and I got even more of the secret source and the arrow system that John has been developing for years. And all of this is good. It's really good to learn, but the real proof is in the results. And I sent John the proof yesterday, and I'm very happy. I feel like a winner right now, and
Winner
I
effect.
believe it's possible because I have done it once already, and I have done it once already, so I believe it's possible that I can do it again now. I can attract my dream girlfriend. So thank you, John. Thank you for everything you've taught me. Thank you for being there as my coach and answering the messages when I ask you for help. And thank you for showing me that being Indian is not the end. I want to say this message to all the Indian guys that you can become more than the funny guy that Hollywood likes to make you become. You're not on the Big Bang Theory, the only funny guy, the nerdy guy. You can be the attractive guy who gets the white girl. And thank you, John, for showing me that this.
Yeah, you're welcome, right? So, got a white girl. He's gonna ask her to be a girlfriend in like 2 days or 1 day. And then it's gonna be, yeah, good. All right, that was from the first challenge. So that was, he got the course like a month. Actually, he got it before the challenge for Elite Tonality Mastery Upgrade for Elite Bundle Resurrections. I just showed him the sales letter, right? And he read it. And then he's like, oh, I want to buy it. I was like, fuck. He's actually the first one who bought it. So he probably got it before, like, even like, yeah, he was the first one to get it, believe it or not. So if that were the case, then look at him now. It works. It totally works. So, all right. So supplement advice for lowering cortisol with ashwagandha. In the last 5-day challenge, right, in April, I recommended L-theanine, a supplement that significantly improves your mood and focus. Well, not great focus, but halfway focus, right? It's not like, it's like a half-assed focus, but you also get half-assed mood, right? So it's like 50% mood, 50% focus. L-theanine. You can drink a lot of green tea, right? Like 2 pots of green tea. Don't do it, but then you get the same amount of L-theanine. Okay? Makes you happier. And that's what the Latinos have to take, because the Latino sounds depressed with their big Latino frown. If they don't take L-theanine, their voice will sound very depressed. So, having said that, what supplement do I recommend? Because you guys are still here, okay? Because you guys are still here, I'm going to tell you the secrets that I tell my students. Because you had enough focus, okay? Are you guys ready? Write this down. The big secret that I'm going to share with you guys that other people will not get to is this, okay? While you can get L-theanine naturally from green tea, right? That's not what I'm going to introduce to you. I'm going to introduce you to ashwagandha. This is a powerful herb, is a game changer for lowering cortisol levels, reducing stress and helping you regain control over your mindset and not bench hold and root rot. However, as any supplement, it is important to use it responsibly, okay? I'm not a medical professional. Do not take this as medical advice, but this is what I do. And this is what my students do. Let's break it down. Ashwagandha works, the proper dosage, and why it's essential for combating the root rot of the loser effect. So, ashwagandha is an adaptogen. It means that it helps your body adapt to stress by regulating cortisol levels. Cortisol is often called the stress hormone. It is what fuels the loser effect. When cortisol levels are too high, you feel overwhelmed. You lose focus and start gaining weight, especially around the face and belly. That's why like some students develop what I call the Cushing syndrome effect. It's like the moon face, a round bloated face caused by excessive cortisol. Lots of Indians have this, by the way. They have this like big fucking massive double chin, bench holding moon face. And they get so fucking fat and their hair disappears, right? It's like a common thing for Indians. So, double chin, a common sign of stress and weight gain for Indians. Skinny fat Indians. Thin arms and legs paired with a big belly. Stretch marks, visible signs of rapid weight gain and stress. These physical traits are not just cosmetic, they're indicators of how much stress is in your body under a high cortisol level. Also impairs your memory. That's right, when you're rotting, you don't have a memory. It makes it harder to learn and retain information because your neural pathways are fucked. This is why students stuck in the loser effect often feels like a zombie with no working memory and no ability to progress. Ashwagandha helps by turning off the cortisol tap. It reduces cortisol by 32% in just 3 months, allowing your body and mind to recover. I'll say this again. Ashwagandha in 3 months, if you take it continuously, will reduce your cortisol by 32%. That's almost like 1/3. If you start missing too many days, it will not do that. But do not take it more than 3 months. It's not good for your liver. 3 months is perfectly safe. I wouldn't go beyond that. I would take a break after that. But if you do that, your fear or your cortisol, your hair loss, and your double chin would disappear by 1/3. So you're wondering, John, now you're finally giving up the goods. That's right. Maybe every single future challenge, I'll teach you a new supplement. Right? That's where you guys came here to learn, right? The golden nugget. So this allows your body and mind to recover. This is the key to breaking free from the loser effect and regaining control over your life. So here's the dosage, okay? The dosage for ashwagandha depends on your body type and stress levels. But a general guideline, I'm not a medical professional, listen on your own risk. For students with Cushing syndrome, moon face, right? Like Amy Adams, double chin, right? Start with 8,000 mg, right, per day. You're not using ashwagandha KMS 66 ashwagandha. You're using traditional ashwagandha. After 2 weeks, taper down to 6,000, okay? So the first 2 weeks, it's going to be like 8,000. Then the next 2 weeks, 6,000. And then you can just keep it at 6,000 for a while until 3 months. Or in case that it gets better, then lower down to 4,000. But this higher dosage is necessary to combat the extreme cortisol levels caused by physical and mental decay of the Cushing syndrome. Actually, no. Cushing syndrome, keep it at 6,000, right? Do not go down to 4,000. Just keep it, ideally, if you could do 8,000 for like 3 months, then do it. If you have to go down, then go down. But if you don't turn off the tap, no matter how much workout you do, you don't gain any muscles. And when you try to lose weight, you barely can lose 2 pounds. That's the Cushing syndrome. It's gross. Okay? So, what happens if you don't have Cushing syndrome? Start with 6,000 mg per day. Maintain the dosage for up to 3 months. Or you can lower it down to 4,000, right? In the last month. General guidelines, do not take ashwagandha more than 3 months at a time. After 3 months, taper off gradually to avoid potential side effects. I'm not a medical professional, but this is not good for your liver in the long term. But it is perfectly safe for short term. So the science behind it is that ashwagandha doesn't just lower cortisol. It improves your overall mental and physical health. Here's how. It improves your sleep. You only take it when you sleep. You never take it during the daytime. But I had one Latino fuck behavior guy, a student, who says, oh yeah, I've been feeling tired in the morning, so I stopped taking it. The reason he's feeling tired because it's vacuuming all the fucking ashwagandha and dissolving it. So the more tired you feel, the better it's working. So I don't feel any difference. Because he's like having a fucking Cushing syndrome. That's why all his hair is falling out. Because he has too much fucking cortisol. That's why he's getting fat and losing weight. I mean, like, he's getting fat and he's also like gaining weight because too much cortisol. He stopped. He should have done it for 3 months. That was a Latino fuck behavior. One track mind. So it improves sleep, right? I took 8,000. I think I took more than 8,000. Probably 10,000. I'm not sure, but before this challenge, so I didn't bench hold. I had a good sleep yesterday. Okay? I was very stressed by the other students, but I had good sleep. And take it only at night, never during the day. It dissolves the cortisol, prepares the body for restorative sleep. It boosts testosterone. By lowering cortisol naturally, it increases testosterone levels, which is crucial for confidence and focus and overall performance. It enhances mental and memory. Enhances memory and focus. That's what you guys don't have, right? Working memory. By reducing stress, ashwagandha helps restore your working memory, allowing you to retain information and stay sharp. One of my students, a Latino, like I said, oh, ashwagandha makes me feel tired. But like I said, it dissolves his cortisol, and that's why he has hair loss and gains weight. He should have listened. That's stubbornness. So the winner and loser effect. The winner effect is directly tied to cortisol levels. Winners have low cortisol and high testosterone. My Pakistani mentor has that. He's always like on the go for the next lay. He'll travel anywhere. He'll do anything because he's always in the upper winner effect. He's always having more testosterone. His jawline's always getting sharper. The women are always getting hotter. So how are the new students faring? Well, one of them got laid. The other guys are not even getting started for the coaching. And there are a couple of students that are still doing that elite access to the training. They're just beginning. So they're really starting out, but they don't have that much of a working memory. This year, people are very, very different. I don't recognize them as being like last year. Last year, they had a working memory. This year, they're all like zombies. Seriously. Very strange year. I've never seen anything like it in my life. So all the training has to change. Now, this year, we have to make the student call out their own mistakes in the video, and then I have to pin it on their profile. They have to hear it 40 times. There's no working memory here. They're root rotting, right? Unapologetic, honest. They're fucking root rotting. I don't know what's happening. The only student that has a working memory, because he has a good job as an engineer, the London guy, he got laid. The rest of the people are bench holding and drowning in cortisol over the tariffs. They're drowning over the fucking tariffs. So, losers on the other hand, yeah, they're drowning cortisol, would get them stuck in this cycle of stress, procrastination, and failure. So this year, I'm just saying, my system works perfectly if you have a working memory and you follow the steps. But if you don't have a working memory because you're a loser, the loser effect, then they can be impacted. So I'm trying to change all the coaching where it's all about the memory, reinforcing the memory of their mistakes because they don't have a working memory. So okay. All right, they still don't know. I bet the students right now, they're probably watching this instead of doing their homework assignment, right? Come on, guys, do your homework assignment. You can always watch the replay afterwards, right? But yeah, they're not as strong. And also, like, they'll eventually procrastinate, and it can happen all the time. So, wow, nice. How far did he advance in the system until he got laid, right? So, it was like a rapid growth. He's only been approaching for like 2 weeks or something. And he's already like got a phone number closed, and he like in a video call, he was masturbating, and so was she. So he sexualized it that way. That was very quick, but he didn't know how to close her afterwards. So I just let him join the inner circle so he can learn all the secrets of the arrow science, maneuver, sexualize it to the maximum objections looping of sexual objections. I said, you got to watch all these videos like you were Neo, downloading the information into your brain, and he did that. I didn't hear back from him because he's so busy from work. He's always busy. Or he's always flying somewhere else. He's always busy. You can really get in contact with him. But when you do get in contact with him, he fucking did the homework. He listened to everything. He'd probably gone through so many hours of videos, and he had a photographic memory. He's the only student with a photographic memory. So there was another time I had a Chinese student who did not practice that many drills, but he got laid in one approach. He has a photographic memory too. So it's kind of strange. The students that have a perfect memory can remember what to change. So they're teachable, but they're also changeable out there. That's the reason you practice drills, is because you're supposed to remember the drills out there like an army, right? But if they have an impacted cortisol, then it's affecting their memory center. Does that make sense? So high cortisol leads to stress, weight gain, memory loss. This is the first time I talked about it. I've never talked about memory loss during the first 5-day challenge. Although not everyone showed up, they didn't know there was a 5-day challenge. But I just discovered the memory is why the other guy got laid. So I got new information. Now we have to change the training, and everyone's going to get laid if their memory is reinforced. So low testosterone results in low confidence, poor focus, and a lack of motivation. A zombie state without working memory. Losers can't retain information or make progress. Ashwagandha is critical for reversing the cycle. By lowering the cortisol, it helps the students move from the loser effect to the winner effect. Get it? So here's the practical tips, right? Like I said, take it at night only. If it makes you feel tired, it's working better. Consistency. Stick to the recommended dosage for 2 weeks before tapering down if you have Cushing syndrome. Number 3, monitor paying attention to how your body responds if you feel less stressed or more focused. In the beginning, you might be like the Latino. You might actually feel, oh, I don't feel a big difference, because you're fucking flooded with cortisol. It's like filled underneath your double chin. The bigger picture is why cortisol matters. High cortisol isn't just a temporary problem. It leaves a lasting imprint on your body and mind. The longer you stay in the loser effect, the harder it is to break free. Cortisol has a memory. If you don't address it, your body will stay in a state of stress. There are some people that have long-term stress, right? It's like accumulative. I forgot the name of the stress, but it makes it impossible to move forward. This is why some students turn to the MGTOW mindset, filling their bodies with cortisol and resigning themselves of a life of failure. But it doesn't have to be this way. By taking steps to lower your cortisol and boost your testosterone, you can break out of the freeze or flee mode. It's either fight, flight, or freeze. Most of the guys with cortisol, right? You have to inner coach them now, right? Because it's like a neural link. They'll walk in there, they'll run away, they'll flee. The tall guys who are 6 foot something, that are black with some SMV, they'll run away. So they get into the flee mode, and you got to shift them back into the fight mode. So what I'm teaching the student is like how to fight with a rifle, right? How to hit it like an Israeli army, boom, 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 and then poke. They actually add that into their assignments now when they're practicing body language, as crazy as it sounds. In London, they don't have guns, so he's using an umbrella. You know, he pretends there's some guy that approaches her on the side and trying to harass her, and he just knocks him out. And then he continues to talk to her like a royal guard. Isn't that weird? The training has changed a lot. I'm trying to incorporate the fight mode because you get into the flight mode or running away flee mode because of the lack of ashwagandha and too much cortisol. You'll want to run away because of the loser effect. The bottom line is take action now. Ashwagandha is a powerful tool for lowering cortisol and transforming your mindsets. Here's what you need to do is to find the right supplements. Look for high quality ashwagandha, not KMS 66. And start with the recommended dosage. Commit to 3 months. Take the supplements consistently, and you can stop afterwards. Monitor your progress. Pay attention to how your body, and don't make excuses like, oh, my liver hurts. Yeah, right. Or, oh, no, I'm feeling tired. Shut the fuck up. Remember, this is not medical advice. Take it at your own risk. In my experience, ashwagandha has been a game changer for students that are struggling with the loser effect. Because the people that are losers will speak like, excuse me real quick, I have a question. I was looking for a place called Zara. Do you know where I can find it? Oh, by the way, I just noticed something about you. I just noticed you are X plus Y or Z. Oh, I know it's random, but I just being very friendly right now. They talk that fast. They can say 1 sentence, 5 sentences in 1 sentence. Most Vietnamese talk like that. So the neural link concept, okay? So we're getting to the nitty gritty stuff for the training. Okay, so the neural link concept. You know how Elon Musk, he has a neural link and it has like a instant guidance system. So imagine a system in their brain. They can actually flash words in front of you and tell you what to say. When you're hunching, it'll tell you stop hunching. and it'll zap you whenever you start talking fast. If they had a neural link, then they can fix the problem. So one of the things I've done through Elite Access is that I don't do in-ear coaching in boot camps that much. I do it in boot camps only, but I am in-ear coaching this London student who's black. And whenever he wants to run away, I tell him not to. I tell him when to transition the topic. That helps him because it's neural link. Because I'm assuming these zombies are rotting. They have no working memory. They forgot the assignment last time. And if they don't follow through, they're not going to do it properly. So I start counting down from 59 all the way down to 0. If he does not approach, then he's going to have to do sit-ups or push-ups, right? Not push-ups, right? He has to do squats, and he has to say the word fish and chips. He'd be like, fish and chips, fish, in front of everyone in London. Fish and chips, fish and chips, fish and chips. And then he'll continue. So it helps you navigate day game because he's part of 3MP now, right? So I'm willing to do it. Not for other students, but maybe in the beginning, just temporarily, for the new students in Elite Access. Just until they can make their first approaches. Whether it's fixing your body language or adjusting your tonality or knowing exactly when to transition from a topic, I want to create a new neural link. It's almost like virtual, right? Where it tells you exactly what needs to be done. It's like you're having a chip implanted in your head. And I asked a black student, I said, listen, if you had a neural link in your head, do you think you can get laid? If you knew exactly all the steps, I'm telling you what to do, but it's automated. He says 100%. So it's his lack of memory that's fucking him up. So why you need a neural link? These days, most of you are operating with no working memory. Thanks to the high cortisol levels from the loser effect, without working memory. Forget about drills, your drills, right? The moment you step outside, you forget everything. You repeat the same mistakes over and over. You freeze up, you flee, and you run away with no sense of calibrations. To put it bluntly, many of you are zombies, unable to think critically or adapt in real time. So that's where I come in as your neural link. The program has changed. I will compensate you for your lack of working memory. I'm guiding you through every interaction until the skills become second nature. But even your drills will have to work into a memory, meaning that you have to call out your brain over and over until you remember. So, yes. Also, how does Elite Access makes your neural link happen? Elite Access, I designed it to give you real-time guidance that you need to succeed even if your brain feels like it's running on fumes. Here's how I do it. In your coaching now, for your first few approaches, okay, I'll guide you through interactions, helping you overcome fear, fix mistakes, and learn a thing of what to do to adjust your behavior. Not forever, right? It takes a long time, and you have to pay for a boot camp for inner coaching, but I'll do it. It doesn't mean other dating coaches' inner coaching is good. They're just basically using romantic flirts just to help you to pull women back home, and then using alcohol and heavily bedroom escalation, which is not consensual. I don't recommend that. That's not game. They get their boot camp clips, but that's why they can't get new ones, because the women has too much objections and that alcohol is not cutting it anymore. Anyways, I'll pin the mistakes on their WhatsApp. I'll make them record a video on top. I used to write words, right? They don't even fucking read it. I'll write words of what they're doing wrong, but now I have to make a video of their mistakes. They have to call themselves out and watch it like 40 times in a row until they have a working memory imprinted. Even if your memory fails you, you have a clear roadmap for improvement. Visualization and drills. You would practice this stuff too for the drills. And you would call yourself out, and you also like use the video to tell yourself what you learned and what you can do better next time. This will build you muscle memory, but it also builds you memory. For the ones who do not have any memory because they have no feelings, the guys with zero feelings will not be able to anchor those things into their brain. They'll just make the same mistakes again and talk like an auctioneer. What's the cost of 3MP? How much is the interactions with you with the Elite Bundle? Okay, Elite Bundle Resurrections, you only get 10 minutes of my time a day averagely. If I give a little bit more time to the recent students, I'm just being nice, right? Because I've been quite mean before, but I'm being nicer. Normally, they should not get that much time. They get more than 15 minutes now, but I don't want them to do it more than 15 minutes. So that's like $900. That's a $1,000 course. The 5-day challenge is only $935 until the 5-day challenge is over. Okay? It's only gonna be 5 days for that price. Then it's gone. In the future, it will never be $935. It'll be higher. Every single time you guys ignore it. If I run another challenge, right? if this one did not get a lot of views, right, and I run another challenge for the people that missed it, right, then guess what? I'm going to raise the price again all the time. So that's what you get 10 or 15 minutes of my time a day. It's consulting, right? It's not so much coaching. 3 months to proficiency, you get Elite 60, then you get Kaizen, then you get 3 months to proficiency without the bundle, right? That's 3 months of infield analysis. You have the mental trauma cure. You have tech scheme for minority. You have the inner circle for 1 year. You have Elite Access. You have Elite 30. You have Elite Playbook. You have Elite Day Game First Steps. You have Elite Focus for day gamers. You have 20 Skypes. All that. Normally, like, if you combine everything together, it's close to like $15,000 or $20,000. Around $17,000, right? It's quite expensive. But I'm only charging $5,000 right now. But this time, the student, he's already put money into Elite 60 a few times, and now he's getting better. So I decided to just let him pay the difference. He's only put in a little bit more money, and I let him join 3MP because he's paid over $5,000. So might as well. Maybe there's an upgrade path for other people. If you paid this much money, then you have to pay the difference. Yeah, that's a good idea, but it's normally $5,000 for 3 months of proficiency. I'm not promoting it right now, but if you want 3MP, and how is it different from consulting? It's one-on-one. You're training with me all the time throughout the whole day for Kaizen. You'll be sending me videos throughout the whole day before you approach. You'll be sending me like 20 clips. Elite 60 is more lax, right? Longer time, right? But the other one's focus. You'll be doing social skills flow drill. You'll be working on the body language so much. 3MP is intense. It's really one-on-one, except it's not a boot camp. It's one-on-one online to the maximum. The other one is not one-on-one. The other one, maybe if you go on Skype, right, or something, it's one-on-one. Next month, the Skype would be canceled, but I still have you guys on Teams, so I still have all the information for Microsoft Teams. But one-on-one for 3MP is really fucking intense. It's not for everyone. But if you got $5,000 and it's cheaper than the $7,000 or $10,000 boot camp, you should take 3MP. But if you cannot afford it, right, whatever. Or you could pay the difference, right? Maybe that's the upgrade path. Anyways, number 4, feedback loops. I'll review your... Oh yeah, I mean, if I review your infields for 3 months, right, that's great too. Kaizen, 30 days of body language and 7 days of social skill flow drill. It's very intense, right? Mental trauma cure. A lot of people that takes it usually have like good jobs. And these are the guys, most of the people who takes it, right? They've taken many boot camps before. They're guys who go to serial boot camps. When they come here, they're like boot camp junkies. They're engineers who can afford it, who make so much money that 3MP doesn't cost them shit. They make like $8,000 a month or something averagely. And it's like $5,000, they don't give a fuck, right? They'll make back the money next month. That's before the AI times. There's lots of people that took 3MP. So a lot of the Asians who got laid, right? In same day lay and gets like a white fuck buddy are taking 3MP before. That's really a good place to take it. So anyways, as I'm saying, feedback loop. I'll review your infields, your homework assignments, right? A little bit, right? I only listen to like a few seconds, right? For the Elite Bundle Resurrections. I don't listen to it like whole thing. And what to fix and how to improve it. This constant feedback acts like a neural upgrade, rewiring your brain for better performance. So you guys can see that now the system has changed. I have to make it very structured, very involved. It's all about first principles in terms of your memory. Without memory, you can't replicate. So basically, does that make sense? If you can't remember your drills or homework assignments or even the course, you're fucked. And people don't have a working memory. So we have to adapt to training. Don't worry, every year I adapt. In the last 5-day challenge, some of you haven't seen it, but every single 5-day challenge, I adapted. I mean, I adapted for the pandemic, I adapted for inflation, and now for the tariff, the training has adapted. Now it's all about memory. So it's not like Todd V remembering stupid tactics. No, it's like remembering the proper skills. You need a working memory or it won't work. Todd V has no skills. The bigger picture is that the neural link is to help you succeed in day game, is to transform your entire life. Winning in day game is the gateway to success in the 3 most important areas in health: lowering cortisol levels by being in the winner-loser effect by winning, improving the mindsets and leading to better physical and mental health. because you complete your assignments. And when you complete your assignments like the Chinese guy did, then he's able to make more money from to focus and dominate in day game. For wealth, success in day game builds confidence, which translates to better performance in your career and finances. When you win in one area, it creates a ripple effect in others. You get better social skills, better body language, better tonality. They promote you at work. It's like, oh, you've been changing recently. Did something happen? Did you lose weight? People will notice your transformation. It's not just for women, it's about respect from everyone. So, number 3, relationships. Whether you're looking for casual lays or rotation or fuck buddies or long-term partner, like my students, marriage or procreating, day game gives you the skills to create meaningful connections. Fuck Tinder. Next one, winning in relationships lead to long-term happiness and fulfillment. I am your Neuralink. This is what's happening. Elite Access has changed. It's not just a coaching program, it's a Neuralink upgrade. And with me, as your Neuralink, I'm here to guide you step by step, even though I'm consulting, not so much like one-on-one like 3MP. That's a great question to ask, right? I'm glad you asked me that question and I was able to answer it, right? This year has been your worst students ever. It's the same students, but they're just acting like zombies, right? I'll still get them laid, not a problem, right? I kicked out the root rotting ones. I'll still get them laid. I just have to make sure they all have a working memory, then they'll all get laid. So it's not a problem. It's just more challenging. They're just turning into zombies. Last year, they're half zombies, half human. This year, they're full zombies. So it is harder, but I still got quite a few students laid. I still got 4 students laid this year, so like 4 times. It's not a problem. There'll be more and more coming up soon. And when they see more coming up soon, then more people wants to join. I hope that makes sense. At first, they have to see as possible this year. The Donald Trump tariff is hitting the zombies so hard. They're turning half humans and half zombies into full zombies. But it's not a problem. Like, listen, my system works perfectly. The other guy followed my system, he gets laid in 2 weeks. If you don't follow my system, you act like a zombie, then you're going to struggle. The fuck if you have no working memory. But if you have a working memory, better for people with decent jobs who have some job security, then they'll fucking get laid easily. It's super easy. You do what I say, it's automatic lay. So it's not that day game is harder. Day game is easier. It's just the zombies in the cortisol, the hormone is harder. It's piling up. That's what's happening, nothing else. If they can just follow instructions, repeat it like 40 times, and remember stuff, they'll get laid in 2 weeks. If they do that, just like the other student. So I'm here to guide you step by step, compensating for your lack of working memory and helping you succeed in day game, health, wealth, and relationships. It's not just about getting laid, it's about creating a life where you're in control, where you have the options, where you're no longer stuck in the loser effect. So if you're not zombies out there and you have some kind of memory still, then fucking train with me. I'll get you laid faster. Like, I can get you laid in a month or something, 2 weeks or a month. But if you have memory problems, right, and you're a zombie, like there was one student who basically remembered nothing. Every single time he practiced, he bets me like $160 every single week. And he'd procrastinate down to the last minute. He forgets all his assignments and changes. He has no working memory whatsoever. That guy, I kicked him out for 2 weeks. So I was wondering why he has no working memory. Other students too. That's what's happening. So if we can restore the working memory, they all get laid. Well, not all get laid. At least half will get laid. And the other half will just bench hold even further because they're fucking losers. But it'll be like that. So we have to reactivate the half. Look at Marco, for example. That guy gets laid every single year. He has like 2 girlfriends or 1 girlfriend, 1 fuck buddy, a white fuck buddy. This year, he's just bench holding. He barely could even fucking do anything. He can barely do a homework assignment more than 4 times. I marked it on the chart. He never passes 4. That's how much they're root rotting. So yeah, that's what's happening. I'm just being honest with you guys. I could lose money by telling you guys this, but I'm not here to lie to you. I'm John Elite. If I have to tell you guys the truth and lose money because you think, oh, it's so hard this year because your people are root rotting, I should not take his coaching. I may lose money from that thought, but guess what? I'd rather tell you the truth so you can adapt. That's why people get laid here, because they're enlightened. They know exactly what the mistakes are. They can fix it. They can work on that memory and get laid. Telling the truth is the reason why people keeps getting laid. Because it's not like I'm a sociopathic Machiavellian dating coach manipulating your minds like the other far left dating coaches. No, I'm like more on the right in telling you the truth. And with logic and reason, that you need to fix the memory issues, and it needs to be drilled down. It needs to have a neural link. So that training is adapting. So if the other guy has a working memory and a photographic memory, then he'll get laid again and again. It's that easy. So take action now with me. As your neural link, success is no longer a question of if, right? It's a matter of when. And get some fucking memory. But I'm glad today, one of my students from London achieved incredible results under my coaching. Okay, not this guy, I mean the Chinese guy, but he got laid with a white girl and got a girlfriend, okay? And here's the thing. Elite Bundle Resurrections is your golden ticket, your exclusive path to success. The Elite Bundle Resurrections golden ticket, you can lock in the future savings. If you pay me $5, and you can still you see it? Kind of? I know it's bright, but the gold ticket, it says Elite Bundle Resurrections golden ticket. And it has name, it says John, email, contact@johnelite.com. And then it has a coupon code, right? There's 40, I made 40 for the rest of the year. Whenever you guys do this, I'll put your name here and your email for the PayPal here, and I'll give you a coupon code. You can only use it once. It's only $5. You won't lose anything if you don't use it. You'll get Elite Focus for day gamers, or you get Elite Access for free for $5. But if you'd rather get the course today, is $935 for Elite Bundle Resurrections. It's a discount. Last time it was $900, now it's $935. It's super cheap. It's super cheap. It's less than that. But this is only gonna last for 5 days. After 5 days is over, this thing goes back to $1,000. I'm not even sure when I'm gonna run the next challenge. Because you know how hard it was to write this script for today. It took me like 4 hours yesterday. And now after I finish eating, I have to write another script for day 2. There is no rest for me. Because I'm a winner. I don't want to take shortcuts. There is no rest for me. So, and I still have to do my taxes in between. Crazy, right? So that's the thing. If you get the golden ticket, $5, if the price raises, it's always gonna be $950, right? In the future. So maybe next month, in May, right? June and July, it's still gonna be $950. That's it. Or whatever price, right? If you buy it separately, you want to get right now, one-time offer during the 5-day challenge is $935. But that secures the price at $950. If it goes to $1,200, then you get $200 off with a $5 coupon. You can get this for $1,000 instead with the golden ticket. So if you get this, at least I know you're putting up your hand, you're not bench holding and root rotting. It is only to filter out the zombies. Now, I'll add you into the WhatsApp group for Elite Daygame First Steps. We're going to have Elite Focus for Day Gamers. I'm not selling those things. I'm still focusing on only one course because I'm doing the 5-1 strategy in marketing. So what's the 5-1 strategy? Okay. Let's take a look. What is 5-1's strategy for marketing? I don't want to be selling like low ticket items and other items. I only want to be selling one thing. So one's strategy. It's not giving me the right answer. Okay, this is what I remember about 5-1s. It's like one market, right? Which is day gamers, engineers, right? Whatever. One type of like YouTube, right? One platform. So that's one platform, one whatever. And then one distribution method, which is the sales letter, right? And my website. And also one product, right? Elite Bundle Resurrections. I'm not selling Elite Daygame First Steps. That is not sellable. You cannot buy it if you wanted to. I'm just giving you that as a gift. If you get the ticket, the golden ticket, the coupon code. And also, 1 year. That means 1 year. It's already May, right? That's already 5 months. I've been doing this strategy, only selling Elite Bundle Resurrection for 5 months now. You have to get good at selling one thing over and over. Does that make sense? So in the golden ticket, I'm not technically breaking my 5-1s rule. I'm not breaking the rules because I'm still selling Elite Bundle Resurrections golden ticket. I'm just selling a ticket to get a discount in the future. If you don't get the ticket, you pay full price. $1,000. After August, $1,200. If you don't get the golden ticket, you get it? If you get it now, you can pay like in 3 pieces, right? $311. If it's $935. That's why I'm offering a golden ticket. So I hope that makes sense, guys. If you have any questions about the golden ticket or Elite Bundle Resurrections before I go eat something, right? And I'm gonna have to write the script for day 2. I have no script. I have an outline. I don't have a script. That's how hard it is to make these challenges. I'm glad you guys are here. I appreciate you guys are here, right? Any final questions before I go? I'm glad the microphone is working again. Type it very quickly. So golden ticket, $5 is very affordable. I don't make any money from this. I lose money. But at least I know that people are serious. Elite Bundle Resurrections has Elite 30 from Hard Case to Hero. If you pay for the first 1/3 of it, it enables Elite 30 from Hard Case to Hero in one Skype. And then you pay the second payment, you get Elite Playbook, and you get 1 week of Elite access to try it out. And then the third payment opens up Elite Tonality Mastery, and then they open up the 10 Skypes in total, and it opens up the 1 year of Elite access. Does that make sense? So that's how it works now. People don't want to pay full price. Most people just upgrade it. Or in case you already bought my courses before, you had Elite 30 or Elite Bundle 1, you just have to pay the difference between them two. That's what one Latino student did. He already bought Elite Bundle 1, so he only had to pay like a certain amount of money, like another $500 or something to upgrade to it. And he loved it. He loved it. So it depends on what you got before. If you had Elite Bundle 2, it's only $200 to upgrade. Why not just $100 or something, right? Difference. Because I cannot make a profit. This is a $500 course for Elite Tonality Mastery. Elite Tonality Mastery is fucking huge, the course. It is so amazing and huge. Right now, there's already a few videos and already got people late. I have all the videos filmed. I just have to cut out the names from the inner circle so that way you cannot hear it. But everything is ready to go. And I have to put a new video as soon as I have enough time. And also the first 10 people will get the soundtrack. So far, I have not sold 10, I do not count the inner circle people. Otherwise, there's no more soundtrack. There's still a few more. Okay? There's like 1 or 2 more. I'm looking for the people out there to get this. And I'm looking for Army. I know this year is harder. And I know this is not good marketing, but it's harder, but it's also easier. It's harder because people are having no memory, root rotting, but it's easier because when you have memory, and I train you with memory, then you get late faster. So, but yes, basically, there's no more questions, right? But all the other questions are great. I really enjoyed them. Keep asking them for the next challenge. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 4 p.m. Pacific time, or maybe 4:15 or something, in case I run a little bit late. I still try and write the script. All right, thank you for being here. If there's no questions right now, then just get the Elite Bundle Resurrections. And in case that you guys want to see the sales letter for Elite Bundle Resurrections, it's right over here. And I'm going to make this into a replay for the YouTube. It's under main offer on my main website. Please check it out. And don't waste this summer, okay? Here's the link to it. Go click on it, read the sales letter, tell me what you like, what you don't like about it, and we'll take it from there. But yeah, it is not as easy this year, but I will still get you late if you're a good student and have a memory. If you have no memory, well, then fuck off. Anyways, that's all I gotta say. See you tomorrow. Johnny Lee out. Okay, end stream over here.